Hello, hello, hello! How are you guys doing? Are you ready to discuss the world's troubles and traumas? Let's dive right in, yes? Before we begin, let me know where you guys are watching from. I see we've got about 250 delinquents, that 250 rebel rousers and troublemakers that are in the chat. So, I'm kidding, I love you guys. Just make sure that you tell me in the comments so I can shout out your cities and towns and villages and galaxies and whatnots. And so, yeah. And we're also live streaming on Rockfin. Last time I got it working on, I sound like some, no offense, well, how should we say this? Someone who's tech illiterate. I was going to say boomer, but, you know, I don't want to be mean. I sound like some tech illiterate person who's like trying to get something to work. No, half of tech stuff is troubleshooting anyway, but I was trying to say that I was trying to get it to work on Rumble and Odyssey. We were streaming on 3 things last time, but today it's just Rockfin and YouTube, so forgive my transgressions. Here we go. We've got Detroit, Quebec, England, Washington. Someone's tuning in from the Shovel Factory. Serbia, Canada. We've got Spain, England, China, Nigeria, Amsterdam, Yerevan in Armenia. That's great. That's great. And it's actually going too fast for me to read. Yeah, no, okay. It's literally disappearing for a second because it's going too fast. So Washington, D.C., Crete, Russia, the Netherlands, the middle of nowhere. Well, Switzerland, Morocco, Dominican Republic. I mean, we can sit here all day and just count the countries. You guys are great. Thank you very much. And remember to hit the thumbs up, like the video, the live stream. I hate this goddamn phrase, but you know, we really need it so other people see the stream. So let's get right down to it, okay? Let's get right down to it. Let's discuss this invasion. Okay, give me a second. There we go. So the Ukrainians have hit back at Russia, and now they have invaded. Okay, so they went on a little field trip into a place called Belgorod, and this is right here on the border. Let me show you on the map. You can see there, that's Belgorod, right? So it's not too far from Kharkiv actually, but you know, we're zoomed out a little. In any case, they basically went in, and the group that stormed Belgorod is the Free Russian Legion, as they call themselves. So it's supposedly, right, allegedly, it's a bunch of ragtag rebels, Russian defectors who've you know, switched sides and are fighting for Ukraine. Now, keep in mind, this is a unit inside the Ukrainian armed forces. I mean, you know, whether it was or wasn't isn't really the point. Obviously, someone in Washington and in Kiev is giving them the order to go in. Now, if you ask me, and I'll get into my analysis in a second, but so let me just show you the clips. I mean, these guys are honestly funny. They're honestly funny. Look at this, just like live streaming a cross-border raid.
Говорил мне батя, иди на тракториста учись, блядь. Я нет, пошел в военные.
Пиздец, трофейный БТР-82А от ФСБ Российской Федерации, Украины. Вот так вот. Работает РДК. Благодарим шайбу за то, что...
So they're in an army personnel vehicle, an APC, and they're going in. They've also got a tank. Well, from the sounds of it, the Russians made mincemeat out of them. So the Russians claim, and again, we have to take this with a pinch of salt, right? They said 70 killed with a zero, 70 killed. Okay, now the Free Russia Legion, as they call themselves, they're about 1,000, as the Ukrainians claim, 1,000 men in this unit, and they said that they actually took no losses, so 0 killed during this Belgorod raid or invasion, and only 2 wounded. So, I mean, I honestly, I think it's somewhere in between. You know, the Russians are going to exaggerate how many they killed, and the Ukrainians or the Free Russia Legion are going to, you know, try and minimize their losses. It's just how it is. You always have to take figures with a pinch of salt during a war. Here's some footage of the footage filmed by residents and posted online of this attack happening. Okay, so I showed you the other perspective. Let's look at this one now. So this is likely from the Russians hitting back at them, right? Because they mopped this up, or shall we, you know, as they say, mopping up operation. They fixed all of this. They finished the whole thing in a matter of hours, right? So here you can see the helicopters. That's about the as much Russian as I can speak. Что это? It means what is that? Что говорит is what are you saying? Here's another video. Nothing too spectacular, you know. It's not apocalypse now, but I'm just giving you what we have. So and what's been published. Here's the governor. And as the, you know, the Russians are framing this as a counterterrorism operation. Okay, so I mean, I guess you know, it's more of an incursion than a terrorist attack. But here, let's look at what he said.
Продолжается зачистка территории Министерством обороны силовыми структурами. Но возвращаться пока в свои дома. Я сейчас обращаюсь к жителям Грайворонского района, которые, спасибо большое, покинули свои жилые дома. Временно пока не стоит. Мы сразу сообщим, и я сообщу в своих социальных сетях, и главы местного самоуправления доведут информацию, когда будет безопасно.
Okay, I mean, pretty much, you know, pretty standard message. Here's the Russian defense minister. Let's look at what he said.
The Kiev regime.
Sorry, not the defense minister. He's not Shoigu. He's the spokesperson.
Having suffered a defeat in the city of Artemovsk, has switched to the implementation of terrorist tactics against civilians. On May 22nd, a unit of Ukrainian nationalists invaded the territory of the Russian Federation. During a counterterrorism operation, the nationalist formations were thwarted and defeated. More than 70 Ukrainian terrorists, 4 armored combat vehicles, and 5 pickup trucks were destroyed. The Kiev regime, having suffered a defeat in the city of Artemovsk, has switched to the implementation of terrorist tactics against...
Right, so it's just repeated. I mean, he's talking about... I keep wanting to jump in, so let me just get through the videos first, right? Here's Borrell, the you know, head of the EU. The foreign minister of the EU, he kind of had no clue what was happening, right? So they filmed him, and he was like, Belgo what? He thought they were talking about Belgrade. Well, I mean...
Belgorod in Russia. The Belgorod Oblast.
I mean, look, I've just thought to show it to you. Obviously, we will find out, you know, about the news one way or another. But listen, it turns out that you had one civilian who was killed in the end, and several people wounded, right? So let me show you some of the footage of the aftermath. This is filmed at the site. I find these two vehicles very interesting, and I'll get back to them, to the Humvees, in a second. Christ. Yeah, so it didn't end very well for them. Let's put it that way. Now, the funny thing is that the Americans, you know, they say that they don't condone or approve of attacks, you know, inside Russia. And they, you know, when asked, they were not sure. They couldn't speak to whether American equipment was used to attack Belgorod. Now, I find that kind of funny because the two trucks that I just showed you here, these are Humvees. Okay, so they're basically H2 Hummers that have been converted for military purposes, right? That have been driven around Iraq and Afghanistan a million times. I mean, you ask anyone who's lived through the American occupation, they all know what this is. These are American Humvees. Now, grant you the Russian tank that went in was not obviously American, but where did they capture these Humvees from? The Russian, you know, military depot? I really doubt that. Obviously, the Americans have been giving them equipment, or you know, Kiev has been giving them equipment, and they've been using it. But here, the State Department spokesperson, he had, you know, he pretended not to know anything about it.
So in Belgorod, there are obviously these reports, and there's images online that suggest American weapons have been used. So I know you don't know, but do you support U.S. weapons being used on Russian territory, and would that change the calculus of providing F-16s to Ukraine?
So with respect to the calculus of providing F-16s to Ukraine, the president has made very clear that we will begin training the Ukrainian military to pilot F-16s, and we will work with our allies and partners on the provision of F-16s to Ukraine. I don't have any announcements about when or how that will happen or what countries they'll come from, but it is a priority for us, and we will begin to implement that in the coming months. And then with respect to the broader policy question, we have made very clear to the Ukrainians that we don't enable or encourage attacks outside Ukrainians' borders. But I do think it's important to take a step back and remind everyone and remind the world that, of course, it is Russia that launched this war. It's Russia that continues to launch attacks on civilians in Ukraine. It's Russia that's targeted schools and hospitals and civilian infrastructure. So it is up to Ukraine to decide how they want to conduct their military operations, but it is Russia that has been the aggressor in this war. Yeah, Jenny.
You know, I mean, it's a pretty big non-answer, but I can guarantee you these are American military vehicles, and there's no way they captured them from the Russians and repurposed them for you know, this incursion. So I mean, it's look, man, the real reason that they did this, because it's actually a pointless exercise, right? This incursion, it's completely pointless. The real reason they did this is because of Bakhmut. The Ukrainians, I mean, everybody really got their asses kicked in Bakhmut. It's just absolute hellhole, you know, of a fight. It's like World War I level of brutality. And the thing is, in the end, the Russians took it. The Russians won in Bakhmut. So the only way that they could deflect from that defeat, because look, this is the longest raging battle in the Ukraine war. So you can't come here after you've lost and say, well, it's not a strategic place anymore. And I'm going to get to Bakhmut in a second. So there's a whole video about Bakhmut in a second. You can't come after the longest battle and say it doesn't matter. It does matter. I mean, it's not so much that you know, whether the place is strategic or not. Obviously, that's a factor. But this has been the longest battle, period. It's a fact. It's quantifiable. And it does matter. And so to deflect from that, they launched this absolutely pointless raid into Russia. They killed a bunch of people. I mean, whether it's 70 people or you know, the one civilian is dead on the Russian side, right? So, but whether it's 70 of these free Russia legionaries killed or 15, I mean, you sent these men in. They're young men. They're fighters. You sent them and wasted their lives for what? I mean, they talk about how Bakhmut is so, you know, it's not strategic and it's pointless and it has no value. Well, what about Belgorod? Again, no offense to anyone who's from Belgorod or Bakhmut. I'm talking about from a military point of view, right? If Bakhmut has no value, what value does this raid into Belgorod have? None. The value was propaganda, and instead of talking about Bakhmut, now everybody's talking about Belgorod. Well, I'm not going to let you off the hook because I haven't even started with Bakhmut, okay? And the Americans are supplying. I mean, come on, man. Even if you look at it this way, where we know the Americans are supplying Kiev, and then Kiev gave them the trucks. Well, then that's the Americans supplying you, right? It's you can't separate those two things. And they're playing a very dangerous game here. I mean, can you imagine if Mexico was like using Russian weapons to go into Texas? I mean, what the? Right? It's like inconceivable. It's unconscionable. We don't even begin to entertain such thoughts, right? Heaven, pray. Here, let me show you this guy. He's a representative of the Freedom of Russia Legion, right? Or the Free Russian Legion. I really don't care. They're about as useless as this Free Syrian Army, meaning not very, very useful. Here he is talking and answering some questions. Let's take a look.
Together, the Legion is made of 4 battalions, and Russian Volunteer Corps is another battalion. So their total capacity is 5 battalions. A lot of equipment they have captured already there on the ground. In terms of the objective, obviously the objective is to liberate Russian territory. That's the main objective, and to wave this white, blue and white flag like the one behind me, the flag of Free Russia, so that our country starts to get liberated, and this is what we have achieved.
Jesus Christ, this guy sounds so ridiculous. You know, I understand the Ukrainians saying we have to liberate our country and so on. Dude, you're Russian. What do you mean we have to liberate our country? What are you talking about? It sounds like these morons who are in the Free Syrian Army or Syrian opposition. Dude, you're living in another dimension. You're living on another planet, man. I mean, lucky you in that case, but I don't mean it in a good way.
Already. The second thing is to promote the idea of resistance among Russians, primarily, obviously, armed resistance, to get more volunteers to join.
It sounds like an MI6 brief. You know, the idea is to promote resistance among Russians. Yes, I know. I get the idea.
In our ranks, to join the resistance movement, which is right now on the rise. The
resistance movement. What resistance movement, man? Now, look, don't get me wrong. It's perfectly healthy for people to question the government, and they should do that. And you know, I'm all for it. But these guys are basically saying like, yeah, let's attack Russia with American weapons and promote that as resistance. What resistance, man? What are you talking about? Are you sure most Russians agree with you before you went and got the weapons? Maybe you should consult with them.
To inspire Russians, to show them that the liberation is near. And thirdly, the objective obviously has a military aspect. Right now, our guys are creating demilitarized zone between Russia and Ukraine. And also it's a major diversion of military forces from Ukrainian front line.
So look, I will give him this. He's saying, I mean, okay, this thing about creating a DMZ is outrageous. What DMZ? But this was very embarrassing for Russia. There's no way around it. I know it's the Russians dealt with it quickly and so on, but you can't change the fact that you had a bunch of Ukrainians Free Russia legionaries who went into Russia with armored vehicles, and they did that. It's a fact. That's very embarrassing. And as I said a few moments ago, the entire purpose of that was propaganda, because now you've deflected and diverted attention away from Bakhmut, and now you're making the Russians look like they have a weak border, like the border is out of control, like anyone can just roll in or stroll in, or rather roll in with tanks. Yeah, it's definitely a propaganda win, because the mainstream media in the West, you know, what am I going to say? I better stop, and we'll wait before, because I'm going to talk about Bakhmut in a second, but I'll let the guy finish.
And that's a significant help towards coming Ukrainian offensive.
Right. But
And yes, at the end of the day, it would end with just one outcome. Our guys will be in Moscow and Putin will not be in Kremlin.
the Kremlin.
In other cities of Russia. He is systematically harassing and murdering his political opponents, as we very well know. Right now, he's terrorizing Ukraine, and he's officially been recognized by international community as the leader of terrorist state, and he himself is a wanted criminal.
I'm sorry, are you talking about our prime minister? Or an American president?
By international court in The Hague. So what we are doing, we are attacking the key people of this regime, its key ideology.
Yeah, you know, Putin lives in Belgorod. For those of you who are interested in a little cross-border incursion. Here's another interview with these guys. Let's take a look at what they had to say.
Могу сказать это следующее. Как в свое время сказал Владимир Путин, в любом военторге в современной ситуации можно приобрести военную технику любого рода, поэтому я не думаю, что это какая-то экзотика.
Do you see the guy with the sunglasses next to him here? He looks so funny, man. He's like, yeah, damn right we can. We can buy it anytime, man, anywhere. They just airdrop him, air delivery.
Второй момент. Да, есть достаточно американской техники, которая была добыта в бою в Бахмуте.
Wow, that's funny. So now he's saying the Russians captured American Humvees and then lost them to the Ukrainians. Damn, man, this guy's doing mental gymnastics. We should all clap. You know, he's a gold medalist.
Российской стороной она переходит из рук в руки. Вот, поэтому таким вещам не стоит удивляться. Да, те же броневики можно купить на черном рынке, на частном рынке. То есть это не является чем-то там супер-сверхсекретным.
То есть вы отрицаете разбитую... Простите, то есть вы отрицаете, что эта техника принадлежит вам, и она там, потери у вас есть?
Слава богу, у русского добровольческого корпуса есть только потери в
Yeah, he dodged the question, right? I guess he has to.
раненых, в легких раненых у нас 2 300-х. По технике у нас только приобретение.
Канал 1+1. Какие на данный момент у вас успехи и есть ли поддержка среди граждан Российской Федерации?
Что значит, какие у нас успехи?
Ну, на данный момент, вот сколько прошло...
Yo, man, the guy to the far right, he looks like some Green Beret in Vietnam in the 70s. God, man, these guys are really funny. Yeah, honestly. They definitely put on a good show. I'm entertained.
Шли вот где сейчас, как
Здесь,
сейчас ситуация?
сейчас мы здесь.
Нет, это понятно.
Так.
Успехи на территории Российской Федерации.
Я думаю, что любое пересечение границы государственной с Российской Федерацией и успешное возвращение назад, безусловно, можно назвать успехом, да, потому что...
Now look, man, he's saying it's a success. I saw, unfortunately, the pictures of you know, and the videos, and actually that video where you saw the destroyed vehicles was cut short because I'm not allowed to show you the rest of it, and they definitely lost some people. So I mean, he's not being truthful in that regard. But yeah, if you consider that this was done to divert attention from Bakhmut, yeah, it was a success. Because you know, when the Russians won in Bakhmut and they took Bakhmut, they have changed the situation on the ground, because the entire Ukraine war is being waged, you know, purely on the battlefield. There's no peace talks, there's no nothing, you know, in the diplomatic realm or in that regard. So it's all about the battlefield, okay? And the Russians won the longest battle. Now you be careful, because you know, when they did this cross-border raid into Russia, this is why you have a saying about, you know, the battle may have been won, but the war is lost, right? So I mean, the war, we've yet to see who's going to win it, but you know, you shouldn't always celebrate just because you won a battle. You still have to win the war, and obviously neither side has won it, but you know, the Ukrainians, they definitely stole a bit of their thunder in terms of Bakhmut. But I'm going to get to that in a second, and we will talk about it in length. So if you're watching on replay, then check out the next video about Bakhmut. Okay, so let me get this next one ready for you. Man, we've got tons of stuff to talk about. Tons, like literally tons. Okay? It's absolutely ridiculous. I have so many things open, the computer's going to crash. I mean, I hope not, but okay, let's go. Bakhmut. So this is the longest raging battle of the Ukraine war, well, up until now, and the Russians took the city, right? So they've been fighting for about 9 months, and I want to show you the hypocrisy of the mainstream media because, you know, whether you support Ukraine or you support Russia or you're non-aligned, you know, we should look at this objectively because the media were saying that Bakhmut is strategic, it's important, it has value, and now that the Russians have taken it, they suddenly flip the script and say, oh, well, it's a Pyrrhic victory. You know, it's like, even if the Russians took it, like, they're still denying that the Russians have the city, which is, you know, this is madness to me. It's like Germans in 1945. Like, no. If we get the you know, the civilian defense, if you get the civil defense fighting, then we can still win, right? They had a name for it. I'm ashamed that I forgot it. It was something with Wolf. Anyway, it was a whole plan in Germany. Unfortunately, the name escapes me. Doesn't matter. Look at this denial. The level of denial is incredible. But first, here's the video, the victory video, okay, with Prigozhin. Let's listen to what he had to say.
20 мая 23 года, 20.05.2023. Сегодня по полудню в 12 часов полностью был взят Бахмут. Последний 20 мая 23 года.
Right, so, you know, he's the head of the Wagner Group, PMC, which is basically a private mercenary corporation. I mean, that's kind of what it is, right? And I guess you could say the Kremlin outsourced, quote unquote, Bakhmut to them. You know, it's been an you know, an absolutely bloody battle. There's no question about it. And here you have Zelensky at the G7. He's with Biden and he's asked about it. And here's what he said.
Mr. President, President Zelensky, is Bakhmut still in Ukraine's hands? The Russians say they've taken Bakhmut.
I think no. But you have to understand that there is nothing. They destroyed everything. There are no buildings. It's a pity, it's tragedy, but for today, Bakhmut is only in our hearts. There is nothing on this place. So, just ground and a lot of dead Russians. But they came to us. So that our defenders in Bakhmut, they did strong work. And of course we appreciate them for their great job.
Mr. President, President Zelensky, is Bakhmut still in?
I mean, you can hear Zelensky himself. He's saying that Bakhmut is only in our hearts. The next day, he reverses. You know, he double backs and he reverses his position, and now he says this.
Вони виконують дуже важливе завдання. Сьогодні вони знаходяться в Бахмуті. В яких точках ділитися не буду, але це говорить про те, що Бахмут не охоплений на сьогодні Російською Федерацією. Ніяких двох або трьох тлумачень цьому не може бути.
So you heard that? He's saying that the Russians actually didn't take Bakhmut. Dude, which one is it? By the way, the name of the German resistance plan was just simply Werwolf, which is, you know, werewolf. And anyway, that I just wanted to tell you guys, it's a plan they had in order to resist, well, whoever came first, and it was obviously the Russians. But that was the name of it, right? So here's the mainstream media. Let's take a look at how they were talking about this. This is from October 2022. This is France 24. And look at what they say here in the title. They say Russian forces intensify shelling of Ukraine's strategic eastern town of Bakhmut. Strategic eastern town. Not my words, it's France 24. Let's take it another thing. Take a look at another thing. Here's BBC. Okay, this one is from last year, from September 2022. Okay, they say here, for now, Ukrainian troops are holding the Russians off at the eastern edge of this strategic city. You see this word, strategic. It appears multiple times in every outlet you can think of. Here, let's take a look at Reuters. This one is from October 2022. Ukrainian troops are still holding the, what are they holding? Say it with me. The strategic eastern Ukrainian town of Bakhmut. Okay, you get the idea? Here we have, this is from the Kiev Independent, okay? And this was published on December 13th, 2022. They say here that Bakhmut is a key Ukrainian stronghold. You see it in yellow? A key Ukrainian stronghold on the Donbass. Now that the Russians have taken it, now that the Russians have won the longest raging battle of the Ukraine war up until this point, suddenly Bakhmut is no longer strategic. This is an article from the BBC just published on Sunday, and they said, so the exact date is May 23rd. Analysts say the city of Bakhmut is of little strategic value to Moscow. Little strategic value, but its capture would be a symbolic victory for Russia after the longest battle of the war in Ukraine so far. Okay, so let's look at Sky News. Now Sky News, this is 21st of May, they say that the small coal mining town is of no strategic value. That's funny, right? No strategic value. Here's CNN. For months, Ukrainian commanders in charge of troops on the ground and the troops themselves have scratched their heads over why Russia was prepared to invest so much material and spend so many Russian lives on trying to capture a town that has no obvious tactical, let alone strategic value. It's funny, man. It's funny, you know? So, do you see how the mainstream media operates in the West? This is how our media operate. They tell you that one thing is strategic, and then the moment the Russians have it, oh, it's not strategic, it's garbage, it's meaningless. You know, the Russians are so stupid. Look at these idiot Russians that have, you know, spent tens of thousands of men trying to take a city. And they don't tell you, of course, the Ukrainian losses, which are just as bad, right? So I really, honestly, if you look at it from a human point of view, from the lives of these people, nobody won. It's neither the Russians or the Ukrainians. Only people losing. Okay, and people being lost, but it's only those two countries losing. Okay, if you look at it from a human point of view, it's sad. It's really sad. The reason Bakhmut is strategic, and the mainstream media would have gladly told you this a few months ago, is because it lies in the Donbass, and so the Russians, you know, if they want to control or demilitarize, whatever words you want to use, if they want to have control of eastern Ukraine, and specifically we're talking about Donbass region, they have to take Bakhmut. It's literally in the region. They have to take it. The other reason is that you have other towns just near, you know, just in the vicinity, and having Bakhmut would make it easier to, you know, capture the next towns. I mean, it's basic warfare, right? But Bakhmut specifically, as I said, it's at a crossroads. You have to take it in order to advance. And if you're the Ukrainians, you have to take it to push back the Russians. It is strategic. It always has been, and they both know it. That's why both the Ukrainians and the Russians have spent tens of thousands of men trying to take the city. Period. Now, let me show you this clip again. This is from the the Pentagon saying the same garbage, right? Oh, it's not strategic. Okay, let's take a look.
Dynamic. I will say that even if Russia has taken ground in Bakhmut, we do not assess that it is a strategic gain, and that Russian forces have paid an incredibly high price in terms of lives and capability. Meanwhile, our assessment is that Ukraine's defenses in the areas surrounding Bakhmut remain very strong.
Okay. here's the biggest tit. I mean, this video, man. I swear to God, I could not believe this. It's so funny. Because I love you guys, I have to, dive in and delve through all of this mainstream media crap and watch a lot of crap. And this video was published 3 days ago. 3 days ago. So they were acting like, oh, the Russians are so dumb. The Russians set up a trap in Bakhmut and they fell into their own trap. Ha, those stupid Russians. All right, let's take a look.
It's best not to then fall into a trap that you yourself have laid. And that, I reckon, could be exactly what Yevgeny Prigozhin has just done. Let me explain. For months now, those of us with the luxury of watching from the sidelines have been trying to work out why Russia finds the city of Bakhmut, that blasted shellhole in the Donbass, quite so endearing. It's got some salt mines, but is this war about salt? It's got a major road junction in the middle, but you can walk for days in any direction and still be in the middle of nowhere. It's a one-horse town, and the horse left a long time ago. Seemingly though, for Russia, it is paradise on earth, a nirvana of garish boutique shops and vodka lakes. Why else would they have sacrificed, according to the White House, 20,000 dead since December?
Remember, the White House is your go-to source. What they say is gospel.
It doesn't make sense, does it? The short answer is no.
Oh my God. Thank you for this magnificent analysis. What will we do without the British establishment media? Oh, you've saved us.
So far, so what a stupid reason for Russia killing so many of its own people. But what about Ukraine? They've not taken anything like the same number of casualties, but Bakhmut has hurt Kyiv too. Why have they chosen to fight? Where Russia saw the battle as one of symbolism, refusing to go backwards even if it made tactical sense, Ukraine saw it as a chance to make the odds better, i.e. to make the relative strengths of the two sides more equal. They fought to bleed Russia as much as they could for as long as Moscow was willing to allow it.
You mean until they took the city? It's funny because they try to portray this as the Russians versus Ukraine. It's actually Russia versus 50 countries, right? So you can't sit here and analyze a battle and then leave out the belligerents and act like Ukraine is in a vacuum by itself, arming itself, producing its own weapons, and period, that's it. What do you mean? What do you mean, man? I'm not talking about the number of people lost, of lives lost. I'm talking about the casualties. I'm talking about, because he's talking about Ukraine trying to equal and level their strength. You're putting the wrong weights on the scale, man. It's Russia versus 50 countries within those 50 countries, NATO arming Ukraine. If you ask me, it's a humiliating defeat for NATO. How the fuck do you have 50 countries arming you and you still lose? I mean, this is incredible, right? Like the mental gymnastics they do. First of all, Bakhmut was strategic, but then when the Russians took it, it wasn't strategic. And even when they did take it, it's a pyrrhic victory. And Ukraine lost no lives. They lost zero casualties, some casualties, but nowhere near the Russian amount. I promise you, according to the White House, right? Which is the go-to source. And on top of it, they managed to bleed the Russians. They certainly have bled the Russians, and Russia's bled NATO. The thing is, though, that in the West, it's about making money. So bleeding NATO is actually a good thing. If you're a stockholder, you have a nice portfolio, you run one of the companies in the military-industrial complex. Bakhmut is a fucking god. It's a godsend, man. 9 months of a battle, yes, please. Here, have these weapons. Keep buying my weapons. Here, thank you very much. Christ, man. They pretend to care about Ukraine. They don't care about anyone. They have no value of human beings or human life. They have no concept of humanity. For them, it's like a funny video. It's like let's make a funny video about the stupid Russians. Let's look at Prigozhin. So again, it's head of Wagner Group. And he says how many people they lost trying to take Bakhmut. Listen to this.
20-го мы его взяли. До 1 числа мы передаем позиции. И 1 числа... До 1 июня. До 1 июня, да. И 1 числа, ну, плюс-минус там до 10 дней, там погрешность, как обычно бывает, какие-то части. Мы выходим из Артемовска. И дальше Артемовск становится ответственностью Министерства обороны. Мы не можем там находиться, потому что нам надо собраться в кучу. У меня большое количество новых людей. У нас сейчас в месяц идет, в некоторые месяца там 10 тысяч человек приходит, в некоторые 7 тысяч человек приходит. Добровольцы. Да, я их должен подготовить. Причем, если раньше у меня были супермены все, то этих надо подкачивать, заниматься физухой. Я не могу их просто выпустить с автоматами, 2 ноги, 2 руки, автомат, бронежилет и вперед. Я их должен обучить. За время ведения операции я выбрал 50 тысяч заключенных, из которых погибло около 20%. Их погибло ровно столько же, сколько и тех, кто пришел к нам по контракту. Ну, без зон имеется в виду. Приблизительно еще 20% это те, кто ранены и имеют те ранения, которые не дают возможность там от 3 месяцев и более выполнять боевые задачи. И поэтому соотношение следующее. 50 тысяч бойцов ВСУ мы уничтожили. Ориентировочно, трудно подсчитать это точно, 50-70 тысяч имеют ранения, то есть 300-е, со стороны ВСУ. Почему? Потому что их эвакуация была всегда затруднена. Мы наступали, отрезали им тылы и так далее.
That's horrific. This is really like World War One. I mean, it's like World War One. I mean, you know, World War One, Battle of the Somme, you had like 10,000 men killed per day, right? So it's not a 1-to-1, but still, you understand my point. It's very similar to World War One in terms of how many people are being killed, how many are losing their lives, and also the trench warfare. I mean, this is a war that's being fought almost entirely on the ground with artillery, with men, with trenches, with assault rifles. It's purely a ground warfare. Now we can talk about F-16s. I mean, I did it already for hours last time, but for the moment, the Russians rule the skies of Ukraine. And there's no dogfights happening or something like that. There's no air force to contend with. It's a purely ground-based warfare. Okay, and I think this is and remember, both what the Americans and the Ukrainians say and what the Russians say, you should always take with a pinch of salt, because they will try to deflate their losses and inflate their kills or wins. It's sad, but that's how they talk about it. For me, the most interesting thing is the mainstream media changing their language as soon as the Russians took it, and that's why you had this raid then into Belgorod, so not Belgrade, Belgorod inside Russia, in the Russian oblast of Belgorod, and the Ukrainians. I don't care if you call them Free Russia Legion or whatever. It's the Ukrainians and NATO. They try to take attention away from this humiliating defeat in Bakhmut. I mean, honestly, it's not humiliating for Ukraine. I don't mean it like that. I mean that it's humiliating because the Americans pumped so much, weapons. It's 50 countries, right? So NATO is about 30 members, and they've been pumping all of these weapons and ammunition and ordnance and armaments into Ukraine, and they still lost. So you cannot remove that from the equation and pretend, when you're balancing an equation here, right? Like in chemistry, you can't just pretend NATO doesn't exist and the weapons from NATO don't exist. Yes, they count, they matter. The support from NATO is in the battlefield. It's there. So if you consider that the Russians, they have support from Iran, they have support from a few other countries, but mainly they make their own weapons. They're running against they're running a war against 50 other countries, then yeah, it's I think the Russians took more losses, but they still took the town. At the end of the day, obviously the war hasn't been won by either side. If you ask me, they're both losing because I look at that in terms of human life. No one's winning when everyone's being killed every day. Both sides are being killed every day. No one's winning. but Bakhmut was certainly taken by the Russians, and they even while they're Prigozhin is like hoisting this flag, you still have mainstream media pretending that the town is under Ukrainian control. These people, I mean, they're lunatics. They're goddamn lunatics and liars. It's incredible. The level to which they are ready to obfuscate and lie to you and try to condition you and brainwash you. It's disgusting, man. There's nothing lower than Western mainstream media. It is the definition of state media, the most cursed thing ever, that we've ever had on earth, the most cursed thing to ever exist. Truly, it's propaganda on another level. They make Joseph Goebbels look like a fucking idiot. That's how bad they are. And effective at their jobs. Anyway, that's it about Bakhmut. We'll see how the rest of the war goes. I mean, it's kind of. I'll get to Lula in a second, but it's. I agree with what he said. I think, Zelensky is a big boy. He can go speak to him anytime. He can go speak to the African countries who are putting up a peace plan and proposing diplomacy. Asking for F-16s, it's not going to help. It's not going to help. And lying about how the war is going is also not going to help. It's kind of funny because there's this like stereotypical, vision that exists in the West that makes fun of how Russians are, supposedly brainwashed, and they have a totalitarian system and state media, and it's like one narrative, and they make the same joke about North Korea and so on. It's absolutely racist and xenophobic and ignorant, but there is this stereotype, right? And my point here is that the stereotype that they spread about the Russians it's actually projection, because the totalitarian state is in the West. Okay, that's a structure that exists in the West. The state media, we have that in the West. Everything that they make fun of the Russians, everything they say about the Russians, it's projection. It's projection. Now, as he said, they're going to hand over the city to the Russians on June 1st. So we're May 24th. So in a few days, they'll hand over control of the city to the Russians. Well, we'll see. I mean, I don't think they have any other choice. They need to regroup and so on. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue. I kind of wanted to discuss. I mean, I have like 50 topics to still go through with you guys. Okay. But just give me a second over here to get the next one ready. And we actually have 3 people who just joined on Patreon. Thank you guys very much to Nadia, to Tina, and Minor. I hope I'm saying your names correctly. Thank you guys very much for supporting the show. And for those of you who aren't, if you can, please send a donation on PayPal or try to support monthly. I'd really appreciate it. And you're supporting independent media. So I have a crab dance for you guys. Let's go.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead. You have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome, which is a technical marvel.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro and then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen.
I'll have 2 number 9s. Number 9 large.
We got him.
I told myself, I know it's not.
I've fallen.
and I can't get up. Disgusting!
Why you texting? Why, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
I love you guys. I love you guys. Again, shout out to Claudia for helping me, pimp out the crab dance. You gotta love that Maduro move. Anyway, let's go on to the next topic, guys. And thank you to all of you who support the show. Actually, hold on. Before I continue, I realized somebody sent some donations on YouTube. Just before I continue and I go off for another hour or so, now start rambling and babbling on. All right, hold on. Here it is. This one is a super chat from... like I'm pulling something out of a hat. This is from Vaktil. I hope I said your name correctly. He said, hopped on 2 seconds ago and already spitting facts. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate your support. Guys, I don't think you're ready for this next one. I don't think you're ready. Like, out of all of the depraved crap that you see regarding the war in Ukraine, I mean, this one really takes the cake for me. This was a video on CNN, and I want to show you. Just watch. Please, just watch.
It seems increasingly likely that Ukraine will be getting F-16 fighter jets in the future. However, its military forces on the ground are also getting some upgrades. CNN's Nick Robertson reports on the new tools being added to Ukraine's arsenal.
The cold effect. So after 3 or 4 days in the cold, if you're leaving it outside or there's no heating, these will last probably 3 weeks.
Ukrainian troops get a lesson on covert bomb making.
That goes through your battery.
British explode.
She called it an upgrade, a terrorist bomb making class. It gets better. It gets better.
Explosives and counterinsurgency specialists pass on decades of know-how to soldiers already well versed in normal frontline combat. But these are no ordinary bombs. They are secret weapons in Ukraine's clandestine arsenal.
God, decades of experience. Did you hear what he said? Decades of experience. As somebody British who, if you're British and you're watching this, you heard his accent. If you're Irish, you know his accent. The guy giving them a bomb making class, and they said he's British, and you can hear he's British. He's from Northern Ireland. That's a Northern Irish accent. Let me play that again. Decades of experience in bomb making. Jesus Christ. They couldn't fucking send someone from London or Liverpool. No. Let's send them someone from the Troubles, right? Someone from Northern Ireland with decades of experience of blowing people up. Wow. They certainly sent the most qualified person, right? Listen again.
The cold effect. So after 3 or 4 days in the cold, if you're
Jesus. Look, man, there's no amount of editing in the fucking world that is gonna hide that this guy's from Belfast, right? What's the crack, Jimmy? God, awful weather out there, so it is. That is a fucking Belfast accent. This guy is Belfast. He's from Belfast. He's Northern Irish. He's British. And he's teaching how to make bombs. I mean, if you're Irish and you're watching this, you must feel fucking insulted. You must feel outraged. Outraged because you remember what they did in Dublin and Monaghan. You remember the collusion between the UVF, right? So the Ulster Volunteer Force and the RUC, which was the police there, Royal Ulster Constabulary. The British state was basically giving these Protestant or I mean, it's not really about religion. They try to make it about religion, but they're giving these paramilitaries bombs, weapons, all sorts of training. The exact same thing you saw in the footage. that they're teaching the Ukrainians now. I mean, forget about, put aside the fact that these Ukrainians, what if someone in the room, sitting in the room, is a white supremacist? What if they have, terrorist tendencies? They're fanatics or extremists, and the stuff you're teaching them, when the war is over, they're going to go and teach other people, and then you're going to have bombs all over Europe, right? Same thing like with this blowback you had with the CIA training Mujahideen, giving them weapons, giving them training, and then all of a sudden you have Al-Qaeda, and you have, and then also Taliban, but Taliban's a different story. You have Al-Qaeda, which that springs up. You have ISIS, and forget about, Latin America. The list goes on, right? Or Savak in Iran. You have all these police or terrorist groups, secret police or terrorist groups are trained by Britain, by America, in this stuff, this clandestine bomb making and terrorism. And Jesus Christ, I mean, this guy, no amount of pitching is gonna hide that he's from Belfast. Just listen. If you're British, you know what I mean. If you're Irish, you know what I mean. Just listen to this guy teaching them how to make bombs. And the anchor is like decades of experience. Yes, oh boy. Blow us up a few patties, eh?
The cold effect. So after 3 or 4 days in the cold, if you're leaving it outside or there's no heating, these will last probably 3 weeks.
Ukrainian troops get a lesson on covert bomb making.
That goes through your battery.
British explosives and counterinsurgency specialists pass on decades of know-how to soldiers already.
Counterinsurgency specialist. Yeah. That's a funny name for a sanctioned terrorist.
Already well versed in normal frontline combat.
Jeez. You'll have to forgive me. I'm laying it on a bit too much with the Belfast accent. But again, if you're Irish, if you're British, if you're either one, you can tell this guy is specifically from Northern Ireland. He's British, and the anchor saying, I'm repeating myself because it's so outrageous. I cannot believe that this is they actually published this. This had to go through like several layers of people and before it was actually uploaded, and they all okayed it. It was like, yes, this is good. Jesus Christ. I mean, the funny thing is that this video, you could have shown it 40 years ago. You could have shown it 50 years ago, and it would be just as relevant, and it would be the exact same thing. And the people sitting in the room would be people, from these paramilitaries, like the Ulster Volunteer Force, UVF, and so on, right? Jesus, and even to this day, you need to understand, man. This is the stuff that's happened in Ireland. It hasn't healed because. Even as recent as 2016, you still have these inquiries, right? We love doing inquiries in England that lead to fuck all, that lead to nothing, to jack shit, right? These inquiries finally admitting that yes, the most deadly terrorist attack throughout the entire Troubles, okay, from 69 to 98, the entire 30-year period, the most deadly terrorist attack was carried out by the British state through paramilitaries that they trained and armed. That's that coming out in 2016, and you still have people, the relatives of the victims, trying to get justice. So imagine how they feel. You see how angry I am. Imagine if you're a relative from someone who died in the Troubles, and you're watching this shit. Somebody from Belfast being sent to train people in terrorism. You can call it, their resistance against Russia. I really don't care. It's not about who they're training, which is already another issue that I touched on. The fact that it's someone from Northern Ireland is so insulting, and it's so obvious that there was collusion during the Troubles. We all knew this. Anyone who understands the Troubles knows this. You had collusion between the British state and these paramilitaries. Now this is just another confirmation. This is another brick in the wall. It's another confirmation of British state terrorism. That's what it is. Right? This is Talbot Street. So you had 2 car bombs that went off and just killed a bunch of people. This is 1974, right? Dublin and Manningham bombings. Just one example. It's just one example. I mean, you have like, you know, hundreds, I think it's over 1,000 people killed in troubles. And it's not just about the number of people killed. You got to think of families, the relatives. That would, you know, it branches out. It branches out. And the fact that they're going around calling the IRA terrorists when they are, you know, teaching people to behave like terrorists. How are you going to go and call the IRA terrorists when you're doing stuff like this? You're just murdering civilians for no reason. It's not even a legitimate target in any capacity. Just murdering people, terrorizing them, literally terrorizing them. So again, I go back to my previous point about who is in the room. You saw these people sitting in the room that are being trained in bomb making by a British soldier.
Get a lesson on
with decades of experience. Who are these guys? You know, are they fanatics? Maybe some of them are fanatics. What about the future? Maybe in the future, some of them turn into fanatics, and then they start giving bomb making lessons to you know, what become terrorist groups. I already warned you about this. You're gonna have a flood. You know, you're gonna have an absolute flood of weapons leaking into Europe and the rest of the world as a result of what's happening in Ukraine. Just like in Afghanistan, you know, with Mujahideen, with the Cold War. Just like the Americans flooded it, all this weaponry, it has to go somewhere at the end of the day, right? There's so many weapons in Ukraine right now. It's ridiculous. I mean, it makes actual NATO members look like neutral countries, right? that's how many weapons you have in Ukraine. Ukraine has more weapons than actual members of NATO, okay? And those weapons are going to end up somewhere. Not all of them are going to be used. In any war, you always have things that are left over. How do you know that the weaponry, the ordinances and the know-how, the technical knowledge to operate these weapons, to you know, create clandestine bombs, terrorists, you know, to carry out terrorist acts? How do you know that this is going to stay within the Ukrainian armed forces and not be used for something worse? You know, for something throughout Europe or in the rest of the world? How do you know that? You have no guarantee. Why are you teaching people this thing? You know, what about people watching online? I mean, they went pretty much. I mean, look, it's not a tutorial here, but you might have someone who has, you know, mental issues, and I mean someone who's you know, could be someone who's childish or someone who's a fanatic or whatever it is. You know, that doesn't mean mental issues necessarily, but someone who's troubled, shall we say? You know, pardon the pun, who's watching this and kind of like getting inspired to go and, you know, try bomb making. And then they lose their hand, or they get into trouble, or they kill people. This is it's extraordinarily dangerous, and it's so insulting to victims of the Troubles, and just another confirmation of British state terrorism. I'm actually glad they published this, because it just proves the point that you had the state, you had Margaret Thatcher, you know, saying, "Oh, a crime is a crime is a crime." Yeah, you know a lot about crime. Yeah, we saw what you blew up in Dublin. We know what you did. And you know, all her predecessors. Just disgusting, really disgusting behavior. We're just teaching people to be terrorists in the name of resistance. Look, man, there's definitely a distinction between the two. But you could have at least hidden the fact that you know, God, that accent is so thick. It's so thick. Anyone could just see it, you know, and hear it like miles away. Make an effort, like, make an effort. God damn it! Couldn't even, you know, they couldn't even be bothered to hide it. Just let me look in the comments. I want to see in the comments. Okay, for fight back like my my Maggie Thatcher voice. I'm checking if there are any other Brits in the chat who or Irish men and women who heard the accent. Let me check. Did anyone hear it? Yeah, many of you are Irish. Many of you are outraged. Sorry, and Goldbeer was saying he's IRA. Yeah, I doubt it. I really doubt it. Oh man. Erica Creech says, "Wow, you can't make this stuff up. You really can't. You really can't. You know, I mean, Michael is saying, is he an IRA dude? No. I told you that's a Northern Irish accent. He's definitely, you know, definitely from there. Anyway, So let me continue on to the next one. Justin says he heard it. Catholic Center says I heard it, but I'm German. Well, you're very astute, a keen observer. So yeah. Joseph G says, teach Palestinians how to make them, bro. It's such an obvious point that it goes without saying. It goes without saying, but why isn't the British state teaching Palestinians how to resist, with bomb making, or as they call it, counterinsurgency insurgency and resistance activities. I don't know the bloody hell they called it in the program. It doesn't matter. The point is that they're giving this know-how and on all these guns to the Ukrainians. Why not help the Palestinians, man? Oh, that's right. It's terrorism when you help the Palestinians, right? When that will be terrorism. Sorry, my bad. God. All right. Let's go on to the next one. This is just outrageous. It's too outrageous for me. Okay, so I have an interesting one for you, right? So this is again with Zelensky, and now some of you are going, "Oh my God." No, hear me out. He's not that bad. He just wants, some weapons, make some money for MIC. He's not that bad. Okay, listen. So I find this incredible because Zelensky has all this time to go around asking for weapons. He goes to Italy, he goes to France, he goes to the UK, he begs for F-16s, he gets his F-16s. But somehow he just didn't have time to meet Lula, the president of Brazil, at the G7 on the sidelines to discuss peace. What a shame. So let's go through the sequence of events. So here's Zelensky arriving at the G7, okay? So this was in Hiroshima, yeah? And they're all greeting him and so on and so on. And what people are saying is that apparently, Lula ignored him. So, there's Modi going to greet him, and they're saying that, Lula was just sitting there ignoring him, supposedly. I mean, I have no idea who cut this video, but it doesn't make any difference in regards to my point. So let me just finish it. You got Biden sitting around there. I mean, technically, maybe Biden ignored him too. Who knows? It doesn't matter because they agreed, Ukraine and Brazil, to have a meeting afterwards. Okay. This journalist, he wrote though that Lula always behaves this way. So remember, this is his second term, but it wasn't concurrent, so non-concurrent. And he wrote here that it's a story told many times. Former president of Brazil, Lula da Silva, attended the 29th G8 summit in France during his first year in office in 2003. Upon arriving, he later recounted, quote, "I greeted each of my peers and sat at a table. Suddenly, George Bush, the US president, arrives and everyone stands up. I told the Brazilian foreign minister not to get up. This sounds silly, but politics is made of gestures. I was only emphasizing that nobody got up when I walked in, so I wouldn't stand for anyone else." After greeting most of the room, Bush made his way to the Brazilian delegation and sat for a while with the new president of Latin America's largest nation. For Lula, the lesson was obvious. In international politics, nobody respects you if you don't respect yourself. Nobody respects a bootlicker. So he didn't get up for George Bush. He's not going to get up for Zelensky, right? So there's no disrespect made there, in regards to that point. Now, let's get to the meeting because, whether he sat down or he got up or he decided to jump out the window and fly, it's irrelevant. Brazil, Lula, and Zelensky agreed to have a meeting. What happened afterwards? Zelensky doesn't show. Zelensky decides not to show up. So he runs late. And he informs the Lula, who's waiting, that he's going to be late, and then he doesn't show up. So you know, as Lula said, politics is made of gestures. So whether we're talking about international politics or local politics, let me translate what Zelensky's behavior means. Zelensky's behavior means, screw you, up yours. That's what it means. You don't leave, you know, you don't leave a president waiting, and you certainly don't cancel like that and then make fun of it. Okay, so here is Zelensky being asked about this. Let's take a look what happened.
But are you disappointed that you couldn't get time with Lula? Is it disappointing for you?
I think it disappointed him.
Look, man, I mean, you may find that funny, but my job is to decode politics for you and report. And he's doubling down. He's like, yeah, screw him. And Lula was upset. Lula was very upset. And he made that clear, you know, in the press. He said he said I wasn't disappointed. He said I was upset that Zelensky didn't come and meet me. And the excuse was that, well, Zelensky's schedule is too full. And look, let me argue, play devil's advocate and argue in favor of Zelensky. It's absolutely true that this guy's schedule could have been full. You know, he's running around every continent, right? He's he's jumping from Europe to Saudi Arabia to Japan. Yeah, and he's a president. You know, he's the head of state. They all have schedules and they're very busy. The thing is, though, that if he really wanted to meet Lula, he would say, I'm very sorry for not coming. Please come meet me in Kiev, or I can come over to Brazil and meet you there. Instead, he's just laughing at Lula with a group of journalists, you know, and it's being recorded. It's public. I think it's extremely disrespectful. We're not, you know, Lula is not some George W. Bush to be treating him like that. Okay. I mean, or some villain. The guy really only means well. I think he's really honest, and when it comes to the war, he's really he's trying to be impartial and objective and get, you know, bring the war to an end. I really think he means it. So I don't think he deserves that kind of that kind of treatment in public. It's really disrespectful. And he wrote a tweet here. Let me translate it for you. So he says, this is Lula, right? So he says that, quote, I feel that neither Putin nor Zelensky are talking about peace right now. It seems that the two are convinced that someone is going to win, but only peace will prevent more people from dying. Brazil, China, India, and Indonesia are some countries committed to peace building or building peace. We all condemn the territorial occupation of Ukraine. The Russians had no right to do this, but how long will this last? So, you know, he's partially mentioning the BRICS, right? Indonesia is not part of them, but he's even you know, going out on a limb and saying some things that Russia would not agree with, right? So that is important because Brazil and Russia are very close, and you know, they're BRICS countries and so on. But so he's even agreeing with the Ukrainians. He's saying, look, man, I don't think Russia has any right to be in Ukraine. I want them out of Ukraine. I'm on your side. And you know, Zelensky still treats him like crap. I think that's really, really bad. You know, Zelensky's going around the world trying to convince people that he's right, that he should be given their weapons, and he's trying to make the case for Ukraine. You don't make the case for Ukraine by treating Lula like a clown. I think it reflects very badly on you. You know, whether there was a war or otherwise. So it's incredible because Zelensky has time to go ask for weapons. He has time to sit down with Macron, with Sunak, with everyone, right? And he even has time, Zelensky even has time to go all the way to Saudi Arabia, to the Arab League, as if Ukraine is an Arab country now, and steal Assad's thunder. He came to the Arab League to steal Assad's thunder and put the spotlight on himself. That's what it was about. He didn't even bother asking for weapons. He knows the answer. That was the only purpose. So Zelensky, it's time to go steal Assad's thunder all the way in Saudi Arabia, right? But he has time to go to Hiroshima, and he has time to go to Europe, But he doesn't have time to meet with Lula. I think that says everything you need to know. This guy is not interested in a diplomatic solution. He's interested in a military solution. And given the recent events in Bakhmut, I wouldn't gamble on that. I think he's, he's only doing the military-industrial complex a service because, by asking for more weapons, he's really just saying, hey, the United States, the UK, can you guys buy more weapons for me from BAE Systems and Raytheon and give them to me? Let's make money for the military-industrial complex. I mean, he's not even trying. He's just making fun of the guy. I can't sit here and play devil's advocate. The guy is just, he's making a fool out of Lula. And Lula, like Brazil, South Africa, these guys are actually trying to, put forward a diplomatic solution. That's disrespectful. Here's something that I'll show you what Paul Mason wrote and then Glenn Greenwald responding to him. So Paul Mason said that on the geopolitical stage, Lula is acting like a clown. He's making the most naked attempt to turn Brazil into a semi-colony of China and a client state for a doomed fascist regime. The next iteration of Brazil's left needs to break with this bullshit. What? It's like they're just throwing words in there. Dictatorship. Oh, it's doomed. Blah blah. All the trigger words, right? Activate the programming. Glenn said so many British pundits can't accept their nation's irrelevance. So keep dictating what other countries must think and do. No conception of why Brazilians, based on their history with the US and UK, are skeptical of their war aims and refuse to use its resources to fuel US and UK wars. In 1964, the CIA engineered a coup that overthrew Brazil's democratically elected government and installed a brutal military junta. The US and UK supported that 21-year-old dictatorship, right, since Mason cares so much about dictatorships, and trained them to torture and kill. So you remember a few moments ago, I was talking about this guy who's appearing on CNN where they hid his face. They masked his face, this British soldier who has, one of the most thickest Belfast accents, training people in terrorism. And this is something that MI6, that the British military, that the Americans, we've gone around the world training people in torture, literally training them how to torture political dissidents, anyone who opposes them and so on. And Brazil is one of those cases in Latin America, right? So obviously Brazilians are not too keen on, NATO's war in Ukraine, and they want a diplomatic solution. Like, it's nuts to me that even just trying to ask for peace, it elicits this kind of response from people. It's dictatorship, a semi-colony of China. Well, who the fuck is talking about China? Are you high? What kind of fucking crack did you smoke, man? This is about stopping the war in Ukraine. Do you want a diplomatic solution or not? Why are you giving the guy crap? Why are you calling him a clown? The only clown here is Zelensky. He's just making money for the companies that build the F-16s, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin. That's a fucking clown. This kind of behavior here, laughing at another president who's just trying to meet with you and pretending you don't have time and leaving him to wait. Now that's acting a clown. That's acting a fool and being a clown. Since he mentioned this word, since he brought up this term. Here's some other clownery. Here's some more clownery. This is Liz Truss, who is not even the prime minister anymore. She was like the shortest, the shortest incumbent and occupant of the of number 10 Downing Street in British history, and she goes to Taiwan at the same time that the G7 is happening. So just again to put this in context, Rishi Sunak, the British Prime Minister, who's actually the Prime Minister, is flying to Hiroshima, and just next door, sort of in Taiwan, she is showing up out of nowhere, and this is a faux pas. Again, politics is all about behavior, it's all about gestures. She is the former British foreign minister and prime minister, and she's showing up at the same time in the same region as the British prime minister, trying to take attention away from him. It's just, you don't do that kind of stuff. She could have waited 1 week or something. So this was very weird. In any case, it's funny because they both have the same message, right? So there was another message at the G7. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at what she had to say.
We know what happens to the environment or to world health under totalitarian regimes that don't tell the truth. You can't believe a word they say.
So she's talking about China. She is actually talking about China, right?
They have already made their choice about their strategy. The only choice we have is, do we appease and accommodate that strategy, or do we take action now to prevent conflict? I'm concerned that Ukraine should not be forced into some kind of unfair settlement by China. And I don't believe we should be giving China leverage over European security. In fact, we should...
How dare you entertain the thought of diplomacy, you yellow enemies, right? So remember, we waged 2 wars against China because they banned our drugs, they banned opium, and so we wanted to sell drugs so badly we actually went to war with them, right? Treated them like shit, and then now she's giving them lessons about European security. What the hell, man? I mean, she's out of line. She's so out of line, right? Do you see how British politicians and journalists attack China? They attack Brazil for just trying to mediate, trying to make peace. I'm sorry, man, but China just mediated between the Saudis and the Iranians. Did you ever do something like that? You got no moral standing to lecture China about anything, about fuck all. China is the kingpin right now in terms of international diplomacy, and they're the peacemaker, man. That's it. They've got that status. They won that status, and they deserve it because they actually made peace in the Middle East. They got Iran and Saudi Arabia to sit down together, and then Saudi Arabia and Syria, Saudi Arabia and Yemen. It's like a domino effect. What have you accomplished? Zero. They got the nerve to start calling totalitarian. You're fucking totalitarian. There's no difference between British politicians and establishment media from Labour, from Tories. All the goddamn same. It's one system. She's disgusting.
Should be fast-tracking Ukraine's entry to NATO and providing Ukraine with all the weapons they need.
Yeah, right. Let's go blow. Remember, wasn't she prime minister when the pipeline was blown up? Nord Stream 2. It's all about weapons. You know, she's coming and basically doing PR for BAE Systems. Please buy more weapons, please. We need Ukraine and NATO. Yeah, because the military solution is working out so well. You fucking idiot. You just lost Bakhmut. Obviously, you've accomplished nothing in Ukraine. You want to get the Russians out, you make them sit down with China and Brazil. Man, if the Russians sat down with Brazil and China and they found a solution with Ukraine, there's no way they can break that deal. It's not happening. The best thing you could possibly wish for is to have BRICS countries, South Africa, Brazil, China, coming and basically, you know, forcing Russia to accept an agreement with Ukraine to find a common ground. There's no way Russia can back out of that. It's actually the quintessential agreement that you could possibly wish for, the quintessential diplomatic solution. There is nothing better. That is really the most ironclad guarantee of making sure Russia goes through with whatever would be agreed with Ukraine, whatever that diplomatic settlement looks like. It's the best guarantee you have. She's so dumb. And here's Rishi Sunak doing the same nonsense.
Precedented new defence and security partnership, it's clear that the UK-Japan relationship has never been closer as we work together with G7 allies to support a free and open Indo-Pacific. The G7 also demonstrated unity of purpose on China. China poses the biggest challenge of our age to global security and prosperity. They are increasingly authoritarian at home and assertive abroad. And as the G7 have showed, the UK's response is completely aligned with our allies. This is all about de-risking, not decoupling. And with the G7, we are taking steps to prevent China from using economic coercion to interfere in the sovereign affairs of others.
God, talk about interfering in the sovereign affairs of others, man. These guys, I wish they could see the irony in how they sound. They're so funny. They're so funny, man.
A new theme of this summit was also AI.
right? So that's basically it. You know, they're delivering the same rubbish message. Oh, China's evil, China's totalitarian, China's trying to interfere in European security because they're daring to do diplomacy. Oh my god, what clowns. Here's the response from the Chinese embassy in England. So the embassy spokesperson said that the relevant remarks by the British side are simply parroting words from others and constitute malicious slanders in disregard of the facts. China firmly opposes and strongly condemns this. Anyone without prejudice can see that China is a builder of world peace, a contributor to global development, and a defender of the international order. While the United States and a handful of its vassal countries have kept interfering in the internal affairs of other countries and provoking confrontation, they are the ones that pose the biggest challenge to global security and prosperity. We urge British politicians to focus more on dealing with the long-standing political, economic, and social problems in their own country instead of always dancing to the tune of the United States, stirring up trouble around the world and creating division and confrontation. We call on the British side to stop slandering and smearing China so as to avoid further damage to Chinese and UK relations. You know, honestly, I really believe that this is the way they talk down to the Chinese and the Russians. It has to be rooted in some form of xenophobia and racism. It's like a remnant, or shall I say, a continuation of colonialism. You know, it's like they can't let go of the fact that the colonies are gone, that they can't just order Chinese, Chinamen and Indians to do whatever they want. And I'll get to Russia in a second with the I wanted to do a long thing about Russia in a second, but you know, it's like they can't let go of this. They can't get over it, right? So they just have to talk down to other countries, like, oh, you know, you're totalitarian, you're dictatorship, even though we colonized you and implemented those things in your country, and you know, we have no self-awareness and no sense of irony. Somebody hold a mirror up to these guys. I beg you. I'm begging you. Somebody hold a mirror up to their faces, man. Well, I'm trying to do that right now, but this is sad. This is sad, and I think it tells you everything you need to know that, in regards to who is trying to sue for peace, who is trying to find a diplomatic settlement, and who isn't. I think the Chinese made a mistake in their communique. It was fine, but they should have mentioned what they just did with Saudi Arabia and Iran, like I did. You know, they should have mentioned what they just did as an example. I think it's the most resounding, the most resounding case, an example of what China's doing on the world stage. How can you blame them for that? Nothing but 5 stars, man. Nothing but applause. It was really good. It's really good. That's actually something good. So if anyone can try and get things done between Ukraine and Russia, I think it's China, especially because China is on track to be the world's largest economy. You know, they are kind of at the helm of this Belt and Road Initiative, and if they can, if anyone can obtain security guarantees from the Russians and make sure that whatever agreement is made between Ukraine and Russia is actually upheld, it's China. There's no way Russia could agree to a diplomatic settlement with Ukraine and then back out of it. The Chinese sitting at that table, best thing possible. So give me a second over here. So let me talk about the Russians for a second, because I think there's a misconception about the Ukraine war. You know, I think that when it comes to the war in Ukraine, a lot of people get this wrong. You see, this is not something that started in 2022 or even in 2014. This goes back 100 years, okay? Because we just won't leave the Russians alone. When they had the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917, do you know what we did? We actually invaded Russia. I don't think many people know this, but England sent 70,000 troops to invade the Russians. to punish them for having a Bolshevik revolution, right? And of course, the excuse at the time was, oh, we didn't want their supplies to fall into German hands. Yet, mysteriously, even after the war ended in 1918, we were still attacking the Russians with chemical weapons. And the United States also invaded Russia under what's called the expeditionary force. I mean, I really don't care what you call it, right? We actually used chemical weapons against the Russians. It was called the M device, and Winston Churchill was a huge, huge advocate for this. He just didn't give a goddamn. He absolutely wanted and did drop chemical weapons on civilians in Russia in the aftermath of World War I, so 1919. So we invaded Russia, and then in World War II, when the Russians were the first to reach Berlin, when the Russians destroyed the German army, when the Russians inflicted 80% of German casualties, we again punished them for daring to be better than us because they reached the capital first. They were in Berlin first. And you had this, this immense power struggle that once again ensued. This country, this largest country on earth, has a better army than us that was actually the first to reach Berlin, the one that destroyed the Nazi war machine. And so even before World War II ended, you got General Patton on the US side, he hates the Russians and their guts. And Winston Churchill saying that the next war is going to be against the Russians. We're going to have to fight the Soviets next. And allying with them was just a temporary solution to kill the Nazis. But he said that Bolshevism should have been strangled in the cradle and so on. And it's not because, oh my God, the poor communists. It's because we've been attacking this country for 100 years and we just won't leave them alone. And so now you have the entire Cold War going on for 50 years where, in various theaters of war, mainly in Europe, but also in Afghanistan and in Africa and so on. And we just won't leave the Russians alone, right? And then even after the Russians lost the Cold War, in the 1990s, NATO starts expanding. And of course, first we were busy bombing Iraq and giving the Iraqis trouble and actually, slightly before that, giving the Iraqis chemical weapons to use against Iran because we didn't like their revolution because they kicked us out. They kicked out our Shah that we installed and we lost all our oil in Iran. So after that, we start splitting Yugoslavia, right? Because Yugoslavia is it's not Russian, but it's next in line. It's like a salami tactic, right? So it's the first one in line on the way to Russia. So we just keep, balkanizing the planet, just like we did 100 years earlier in the Middle East. We do the same thing again in Yugoslavia. We come in, we bomb the crap out of them, we split them up and carve them up into little pieces, we splinter them. And now you've got countries, bit by bit joining NATO, like Poland, for example, later on, which would have been unthinkable. These are Warsaw Pact countries. So we lied to the Russians to get them to accept German reunification. And then as soon as that happened, we turn around and did the exact thing, the very thing that we said we wouldn't do, which is expand NATO past Germany. And now we start surrounding Russia with more and more NATO countries. And then comes Ukraine, which is the last chip, right? It's the last thing before Russia. And you have 2009. So this is another color revolution. You have 2014 with the Maidan coup. 100 years of screwing with the Russians because we didn't like their Bolshevik revolution. We didn't like that they are a superpower. It's just disgusting imperialist rivalry. Okay. And it's not about making the case for the Russians or feeling sorry for the Russians. It's about waking people up that this war in Ukraine now that's happening now, this is something that's been going on for 100 years. And if in the Russian psyche, they have, of course, Hitler in mind. They have the American and British invasion in mind. They also have Charles VII. They have Napoleon in mind. So it's just one European leader after the next, invading them, bombing them, attacking them, and just won't leave them the goddamn hell alone. So, sitting here and acting like, oh, it's nothing to do with NATO. It's just Ukraine, the poor victim. Ukraine is a victim. And I'm not even telling the Russians, I'm not even telling the Ukrainians to stop resisting or fighting the Russians. I'm telling them to fight the Americans and Britain first, because NATO is the ones that screwed Ukraine more than anyone. NATO is the one that brought this war into Ukraine. It's a salami tactic. Russia is the only country that ever stood up to us. Russia is the only country that ever challenged the Western New World Order. or it's not very new, but you know, the old and new Western world order, and that's why we hate their guts. It's got nothing to do with Ukraine, even in 2014, or it's been going on for 100 years, man. We hate them because they're a rival and because they made us look bad. That's it. All right, give me a second. I'm trying to refresh. Thank you for the donations, guys. There's one here from Nadia. Nadia says, recently met with a political refugee in Italy since 2014 who survived the Odessa massacre, and the stories she tells are horrifying. Thank you for your work, Richard. It was a pleasure to meet you in London. Oh, I remember you. I remember you. Yeah, it was nice meeting you as well. And I mean, man, it's really horrible when you hear what people who went through the war in Syria recount, or as you mentioned, what's happened in Ukraine. You know, Odessa massacre. They have a lot of strength going through that and you know, maintaining. It's really horrible what the West has put so many people through for no reason. It's really horrible. Dante says, let's celebrate. Let's anti-celebrate Kissinger's 100th next Saturday. Let's remember My Lai, Cambodia, Laos. Do not forget. You have my word. We will. Thank you to Yusuf for the super chat. Yusuf says, Richie, you keep saying Russia needs to be kept to the agreement while it was Ukraine and the US behind them who are violating the treaties. Oh, of course. I'm challenging the Western assertion that Russia can't be trusted and so on, right? So, and that it's useless entertaining a diplomatic settlement. So that's my you know, that's my response and how I'm retorting to them, to their nonsense, because they think that you can't trust Russia. It's obviously the other way around, but I think it's worth mentioning that if you had any qualms or doubts about Russia, about trusting Russia, well, why would you blame the Chinese, right? Because they're going after Brazil and China in specific, you know, in specific. And my point was that these are the last countries you should go after, especially if they're proposing a diplomatic settlement, because they are the countries that can make Russia actually sit down and find a diplomatic settlement, right? So if Lula thinks that Russia only wants war and so on, I mean, I don't know if he's right. I think that I think the Russians feel that they're backed into a corner. That's their perspective and their point of view. And from you know, if you're looking at this geopolitically, yeah, they again, it's been going. We just won't leave them the hell alone. And it's actually sad that Ukraine is the one that's being screwed like this. You know, Russians never invaded us. They never attacked us. They never bombed us. They never fired a single fucking bullet on our soil. And you know, we're the ones that have been messing their country up and messing with them. And now we're messing with them. We've gone, you know, we've gone one too far. Ukraine was really like the last straw. And so it's really, really sad because, you know, you got all these refugees, you got all these people. I mean, you know, one thing that that also is kind of disturbing is that, you know, you got people who say, like, I understand that the Russians have been trying and they tried to find a diplomatic settlement and they did all of these things, but nothing justifies the invasion, right? And you'll hear people say this on mainstream media and so on. Look, man, you're coming to the wrong ones, because yes, it's absolutely tragic, and you should have listened to the Russian diplomats. The thing is, though, you're coming to Syrians, you're coming to Africans, you're coming to people who've been fucked by Western countries for so long they can't even remember, right? It goes back so many generations. And you're asking us to feel sorry. We do feel sorry. We actually feel more sorry for Ukraine than you. That's why you need to find a diplomatic settlement, but you won't listen. All you want is more weapons. You just want to make more money for these weapons manufacturers. You're the ones who don't care about Ukraine. You just care about making money. If you gave a shit about Ukraine, you would have never allowed NATO to surround Russia. You would have never allowed this coup. You would have never allowed all this, this salami tactic bullshit that we've been doing to the Russians. Why the fuck did you take it this far? These politicians, they're the ones who have no humanity. And then they use the Ukrainians as some kind of token, right? Like, oh, we care about you and we feel for you. Here's some weapons. Go kill yourself and fight in a battlefield while we stay comfortably over here. What the hell is that? Here, let me show you something. One moment. Okay, so I have so many topics to talk about. We haven't even, done half of them, I think. Just give me a small break. I'm just gonna get something to drink and we'll be right back, okay? So don't go anywhere, guys. Sweden wanted to join NATO. They broke with their decades-long neutral stance. Turkey was one of the only countries, I think, along with Hungary, that was saying, we're not going to let you in because you need to have consensus, right? You need all the members in NATO to say, okay, you can join. Their bid has kind of been in limbo because Turkey wanted to, extract several concessions. It was very clear that they really want to join NATO in Sweden, and they were doing everything they could to appease the Turks. And then this moron comes in front of the Turkish embassy and burns the Quran. I understand that in their point of view, this is freedom of expression, and you're in Sweden, you can do whatever you like. But you have to remember that if you're trying to get Turkey support, maybe wait until after you've gotten it. I mean, this is just dumb from a diplomatic level. They're doing everything to appease Turkey, and then because of one idiot, they let this go to waste. The Germans and the Americans have decided that it would be a good idea to send Ukraine tanks. German tanks against the Russian. Man, I'm perplexed by this. What do they think is going to happen? Because even if you can train the Ukrainian crews who are used to Soviet tanks to operate British tanks, and then you got to train them to operate German tanks, and then you got to train them to operate American tanks, and that's if they can even maintain the logistical supply line to work with these tanks, to keep them running. What kind of door are you opening now for the Russians to do? I mean, this is very clearly escalation. While Germany and the US are saying, yeah, we're going to give Ukraine tanks, the doomsday clock has been moved to 90 seconds to midnight. So this is basically, it's a measurement of how close we are to the end of the world, to the apocalypse, to annihilating the planet with nuclear weapons, right? And this is the closest it's ever been to midnight, okay? Midnight representing the end. Ukraine's most senior military commander has said that his forces need about 300 Western tanks. Over the last year, NATO allies in Eastern Europe supplied Ukraine with Soviet-era and Russian-made tanks that have been ground down or destroyed in constant fighting. Soviet-era and Russian-made tanks. Now, Ukraine, having been a Soviet satellite state and part of the Soviet Union, it was part of Russia, all of its military personnel being trained on Russian tanks. What do you think they're going to do with American tanks or German tanks, which they are not trained to operate? The Ukrainians know how to operate Russian tanks. That's all they know how to operate. The Ukrainians only use Soviet stuff, right? Until the last couple of years and until now. This is the first major influx of NATO weapons. And again, NATO's been training Ukrainian forces, but Challenger tanks, this is wanted to join NATO. They broke with their decades-long neutral stance. Turkey was one of the only countries, I think, along with Hungary, that was saying, we're not going to let you in because you need to have consensus, right? You need all the members in NATO to say, okay, you can join. their bid has kind of been in limbo because Turkey wanted to, extract several concessions. It was very clear that they really want to join NATO. All right, guys. All right, let's continue. Let's go to the next segment. Okay. So, did you guys know that we dropped chemical weapons on the Russians? I don't think many people know that. It's very nasty stuff, well, I'm not going to go into detail, but there you go. Okay. Okay, first of all, there's more stuff about Ukraine, but this is insane. I want to just show you something which is so petty, but this is what they do. This is so petty and just typical behavior of Israelis and Zionists. They always try to censor Palestinian voices or any expression of Palestinian identity. They basically pressured Spotify into removing this hit. Every Arab and even people who aren't Arab know the song. It's called Dammi Falastini. So it says "My blood is Palestinian." It's a hit song, and this is what happened. You went to play it. It says "song unavailable." Okay, so this is from Middle East Monitor. They said that the song Dammi Falastini, which was recorded by a Palestinian singer from Gaza, Muhammad Asaf, has been removed from Spotify and Apple Music due to accusations of anti-Semitism. Apparently, Palestinians are such anti-Semites that they are anti themselves. Wow. You got European settlers telling Semites, so basically, anyone from the Middle East, Arab or otherwise, that they are anti-Semitic. I mean, this is, Claudia, when you're editing this, please put that meme with all the figures, like the calculation, the calculus coming at me. Like, I think it'll do well. This is funny, right? You, the Semite, the Palestinian, are anti-Palestinian and anti-Semitic. We have to take down your song. Sorry. Just how it is, man. It's funny, right? They try to portray the Palestinians as terrorists, and it's always all the Arab dictatorships and Arab this and that. I call this a dictatorship. I call this authoritarian. When you are so desperate to hide the truth about what is happening about the Israeli occupation that you won't even allow Palestinian songs to exist online. Wow. It's par for the course, I suppose, right? How dare they resist the Israelis? How dare they? No weapons, no bomb training like we in Britain give to the Ukrainians. No, Palestinians are terrorists. You're anti-Semitic. You're everything that is bad in the world, yeah? So, let me play the song for you just quickly. You might know it already. Absolute banger. Mashallah alayk, habibi. What an absolute banger. My cousin, who's Palestinian, he told me about this funny incident. He was walking down the street. I don't know where this was, in Canada, and it's like a car full of girls just stops at the light and they're blasting this song and he starts dancing with them, man. That's really funny. This is, I think he won Arab Idol a few years ago, and since then, it just took off, this thing, and it's so famous that even the Israeli soldiers, they film themselves in cars, singing this song. Israelis, right? And here's this guy who does he's in charge of Israeli propaganda, military propaganda in Arabic, right? Even he spoofed the song. It's so ridiculous that it's funny. Look at this.
على ديني على أرضي تلاقيني أنا لشعبي أفدي هون أنا دمي إسرائيلي إسرائيلي إسرائيلي.
Wow. Somebody added the poo emoji. Yes, thank you for setting that straight. No, but this is crazy, man. This is crazy. They removed this song, you know. Basically, according to Doha News, the removal of the song by the streaming giant came following a petition organized by pro-Zionist We Believe in Israel. That's its name. It's an organization, and they got 4,000 signatures calling the song violent, extremist, anti-Semitic content. If it's so anti-Semitic, why the fuck are your soldiers singing the song? Why, like, dude, this is one video. There's so many. I didn't even bother looking them up because there's so many of them. Even the Israelis like the song, man. Come on, don't do that. What are you, anti-Semitic? Man, it's so pathetic. They got the song back, so it just came back now. Okay, just yesterday they put it back. After a new license agreement was signed for it, they basically put it back. It's funny because they're saying that it was due to distribution agreements that expired. So let me explain this. You know, I'm a musician and I know how this works. You have to go to a distributor and then you give them the song and they disperse it and distribute it on Apple Music, on Spotify, etc. Okay. And I don't buy this crap that the license agreement expired. Why the hell is that, like, at the same time as these petitions that they have to remove the song? And let's play devil's advocate, literally the devil's advocate, Jesus. Let's play the devil's advocate and say, I say the devil's advocate because we know. Why the hell are you going around getting and gathering signatures to call this hit song anti-Semitic? Like, what is wrong with you? You know, this is just typical, man. They try to take down, you know, Palestinian speakers, pro-Palestinian speakers. This is a culture. We have a culture in England and in the UK and in the US of silencing and censoring people who speak out against our own crimes or Israeli crimes. I mean, Israel is basically a British colony. They even apply British law, not a copy of a British law. No, an actual British military martial law is applied by the Israelis. And, you know, this, I already went through this. I explained this to you with administrative detention and so on. It's I mean, some of the most sadistic things you can think of, like basically putting civilians in a military courts, putting them in solitary confinement, not allowing them to know what they're even charged with. I mean, this is madness, right? So my point here is that, you know, Israel is an extension of British imperialism. And when Palestinians try to speak about, you know, Israeli occupation and British support for Israel or American support, you know, they're called anti-Semitic, and we don't allow them to speak at events, and we start. I mean, not we, but you have Zionist groups in England or in the West who try to censor speakers, professors, academics, journalists, you name it. And it's disgusting, you know, it's really disgusting because we go around the world invading countries and saying we are democracies. You should be more like us. We lecture China. We lecture, you know, Russia. We lecture all these countries and say, you're not democratic enough. You don't let people have freedom of expression. You don't allow them to have free speech. And then we do shit like this. We take down songs. We take down pro-Palestinian voices. I mean, this is disgusting hypocrisy. It's hypocrisy on on a level that cannot even be comprehended or reconciled with. It's abominable, absolutely abominable. And speaking of abominations, I mean, this thing that they cooked up here, my God. I know he has to do propaganda, but this was really like low effort. Anyway, let's put the song back on. Absolute hit, a banger. He said when they removed the song, he said that you know, he kind of shrugged it off. He was like, the song is in the hearts of the Palestinians and the Arab people, so you know it's there forever. So I'm not even fazed. All right, so let me show you this let me show you this next. It's getting hot in here. Not by Nelly. Here, let me show you this abomination that I found. Jesus Christ. I mean, okay. Grim Reaper says, how to find this song if I only use Latin keyboard. Let me paste it for you, or type it for you. It's basically this, Dammi Falastini. That's how you find it. Okay. Okay, let's go into this next bit. Yo, you guys need to behave in the comments. Making these lewd and suggestive remarks. Behave. I swear you better behave. Okay. I want to show you something that is so it's so appalling and funny at the same time. You know, when people talk about Syria, they claim that, oh, it was a civil war. Or it is, because it's still ongoing. It's a civil war. It's purely a civil war. Bashar al-Assad is a brutal dictator who dropped barrel bombs, you know, and used chemical weapons to kill civilians with no military or strategic value, etc., right? And when you tell them, well, no, Israel is helping Al-Qaeda in Syria. Britain has special forces there. America is stealing oil. Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, all of these countries like the EU, they have crushed Syria with sanctions and armed groups there and you know, financed terrorist groups. In Syria, they helped create ISIS. They gave rise to these conditions. When you tell them this, when you tell them the truth, they don't want to hear it. No, I won't hear it. Now, I want to show you a tweet, which is really funny, because this guy over here, a rather repulsive swamp creature called Charles Lister, who is basically someone living in the 19th or early 20th century, who thinks that, you know, he can go around, you know, telling countries in the Middle East what they should be, how they should be, and you know, here he is visiting the so-called Syrian embassy in Qatar, which is funny because it's obviously not a Syrian embassy. The flag is the flag of the Syrian opposition, and what makes this so funny is that you know, it's the flag of the French mandate in Syria, so it's really a colonial flag, and he was. You know, in a tweet, he kind of admitted by accident, this guy, the same one, he accidentally admitted the truth, which if you had, you know, challenged him with this otherwise, he would have not revealed. So Joshua Landis was saying down here where my mouse is, he said US policymakers had decided by 2013 that they did not want to see the Syrian military destroyed because they feared that the opposition was dominated by radical Islamists and the country might fall apart. And then Charles Lister, the swamp creature, answers him, ah, yes, of course. That must have been why the United States initiated in 2013 its biggest rebel proxy assistance effort in decades, a program that lasted until mid-2017. The covert program was worth billions of dollars, coordinated with 14 plus countries, and worked with 80 plus Free Syrian Army groups across Syria. Yes, we've been saying so. How nice of you to join us. How nice of you to join us, oh boy. Yes, are you with us, Charles? I think Charles is having some issues with you know, time dilation. Thank you. Yes, this is exactly what we've been saying. You can call it a covert program. It certainly is. It's also known as coup attempt, right? It's a failed coup attempt. It's also known as the $1 billion war. The CIA, I think they spent, it's one of the most expensive coup attempts in history, right? So they spent billions, as Charles is forced to admit in an obvious own goal. I mean, it's so funny. It's so funny and also sad, right? Because he thinks that, oh well, you know, this is a good thing, right? Yeah, it's really half the population dispersed. You know, the Caesar Act sanctions, there's no fuel, there's no food. Yeah, well done. What a marvelous revolution. A revolution, a civil war, is when you have 14 plus countries sending billions of dollars. I agree. Yes. What a revolution. That's why it worked, right? That's why Assad is gone. So it's kind of funny because this guy, he just can't grasp that, oh, this shit failed. And I wish he would even grasp that, right? Because acknowledging that this took place and destroyed the country is something you will never hear him say, right? Or others like him say. But there is no coup. There's only a destroyed Syria thanks to him, right? And his efforts, because he's not just some commentator. This guy actually, he went and tried to help build some pathetic alternative Syrian government. In other words, a coup with these people who nobody recognizes. Like this embassy is of a non-existent government. It just doesn't exist. Even in Saudi Arabia right now, because Saudi Arabia, they've normalized ties with Syria. There's a rapprochement. Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabian media have stopped even using this word regime. They stopped talking about Syria the same way. And of course, most important of all, you had Bashar al-Assad, the Syrian president, in Saudi Arabia for the first time since the war started, just the other day at the Arab League meeting, which of course, I commented on and briefed you all on. So these people were expecting that Saudi Arabia would normalize ties with Israel, after the Abraham Accords. And the exact opposite has happened. As a matter of fact, there's no hope. There's not even a glimmer. There's not even a sliver of hope of that happening. And now Saudi Arabia has normalized ties with Syria, normalized ties with Hamas. You had a Hamas leader in Saudi Arabia visiting last month. Saudi Arabia is normalized with Yemen and with Iran and gone the complete opposite direction. After all, who would want to be involved with, morons like this and snakes like this, or the Israelis who, occupy Syria, but we don't talk about that, or the Americans who occupy Syria, which we also don't talk about that. But it's really funny to see how they've utterly failed. I say funny, but obviously it's very sad. They've killed a lot of people, but really it's kind of pathetic, right? That they use this colonial flag, like from the French colonial times, like when Syria had a fake country that was basically, a protectorate. In other words, a colony. Why would you bring out this rag from the dustbin of history? Why would you pick that as the flag? I mean, they say that the Syria's current flag is the Assad regime flag. It's not even, dude. Bashar al-Assad did not even exist when his father was not president when this became Syria's flag. You see, Syria and Egypt became one country, and there are problems with that because of Egypt having a bit too much control. The idea was Arab reunification, which is a great idea, but in any case, it didn't work. But they became one country and they adopted the Syrian flag. Now Egypt, the union broke apart and Egypt changed its flag, but Syria kept the flag. This is just how it's been. So Syria has the flag of Arab nationalism, of pan-Arabism, and it's something to be extraordinarily proud of. Why would you dig up this garbage relic, this absolute, toe rag of a so-called flag and hoist that and wave that around? I mean, just have some self-respect, man. Don't come here and talk to me about, democracy in Syria and we're going to get rid of Assad and have a better country with this thing. Jesus Christ. I mean, you could at least work on your marketing, instead of, I mean, they did. They tried to portray Al-Qaeda as, freedom fighters and so on, but they didn't bother changing this rag. Jesus. Anyway, I thought I'd just mention this own goal here where you have somebody involved in regime change in Syria accidentally admitting it because of frustration, and scoring an own goal. Let's talk about Hungary and Ukraine. How long we've been live for? I don't know. How long have we been live for? 2.5 hours only. Man, I remember when the war started, we did like a 10-hour stream, and I was like, could have gone longer. Clara says, or Kiara, sorry, I hope I'm saying your name right. Can Richard speak on France's treatment of their Muslims and France trying to equate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism? I mean, it's sorry, I'm just laughing because Claudia is like, no, please don't do a 10-hour stream. Well, I mean, France is really kind of just practicing the same behavior as the rest of European countries. They, as you said, they try to equate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. The irony here is that for me and for most of the world, Zionism itself is anti-Semitism because it steals Judaism, it hijacks Judaism, and uses it as a political tool to justify colonialism. So number one, you're insulting the religion and Jewish people. Number two, you are accusing Palestinians and Arabs, who are themselves also Semites, of being anti-Semitic, which makes absolutely no sense, and it's so disgusting because they're trying to basically take European murdering of Jews and equate that with, Arabs trying to fight for independence from European colonialism. Sorry, but you can't take that German guilt, European guilt, because Europe did have centuries of anti-Semitism. But why are you blaming Arabs? Why are you pretending like Arabs fighting against European colonialism are the same thing as the Europeans who actually murdered millions of Jews? Spain, England, Germany, they all had, even in Russia, the pogroms, they all treated Jews like crap and killed them. Why are you taking that guilt, European guilt, and dumping it on Arabs? What the hell does that have to do with it? It's like, this is what they do to try to kind of trick people in Europe, because now Jews can actually live compared to before, they're fine in Europe. And so the Europeans are looking at their history and saying what we did is bad, and it is bad. But in order to hide what's happening in Palestine, the Zionists try to tell them, you saw that horrible anti-Semitism you did to us. The Arabs are doing it to us too. No, they're not. Bullshit. The irony is that Israel's behavior in Palestine towards Palestinians is it's like almost the abused becomes the abuser. I don't think it's I mean, we're not going to sit here and make comparisons, but it's definitely an analogy. And the thing is that the Israelis in their administrative detention, they're applying British colonial rules from the Defense Emergency Regulations. It's not that they're saying we will have a law similar to this. I mean, I'm not saying that Israel's laws are similar to Britain's. I'm saying Israel is literally applying British colonial laws, and they confirmed this in their Supreme Court in 1985. They said that, well, Britain never really cancelled the law because it wasn't published in the newspaper. What? Yes, Britain did cancel the law. They just choose to ignore it, so they have an excuse to lock up Palestinians without charge and keep them there for years. That's bottom line. Bottom line. And so going back to France, forgive me, France, they do the same thing. Ils font la même chose qu'en Angleterre. C'est la même merde. They do the same thing and treat Palestinians like terrorists. Or there's also a resistance fighter, which I told you guys about, who's actually Europe's longest serving a political prisoner, right? And he's locked up in France, right? I think he's originally I forget if he's Lebanese or Tunisian. Actually, I think he might have had Tunisian citizenship at one point. But we did a video on him. Claudia, if you could kindly pull it up and post it in the chat, so people can see it. Give me a second. I'm gonna look it up. I'll try and look it up myself. But they've locked him up because he fought the Israelis, and they don't like that. I'll get to that in a moment. But first, let's go through Zelensky. Ukraine and Hungary. Give me a second. So Hungary just blocked 500 million euros in military aid to Ukraine. Okay, and I wanted to kind of go through this because the Europeans are now coming down on Hungary like a ton of bricks, saying, "Oh, why are you helping the Russians?" Blah blah blah. It's a bit more complex than that. Okay, so here's the here's the crux of the issue. Okay, so basically, EU foreign ministers failed to agree on new funds to finance weapons for Ukraine after Hungary blocked the decision over the country's biggest bank, OTP, appearing on Ukraine's list of quote-unquote international sponsors of the war. Ukraine's anti-corruption agency blacklisted the Hungarian bank because they say that it, quote, provides preferential credit terms to the Russian military. In other words, actually rewards them for the committed war crimes. The bank, as well as other companies on the list, vigorously reject these claims, saying the reasoning is incorrect and not objective. So that's what it boils down to. Basically, the Hungarians are saying, if you don't remove our biggest bank from your blacklist, we're not going to give you any money for weapons. Here's their foreign minister. Listen to what he had to say.
Of the war. Mindaddig ellenezni fogjuk az európai békekeretből ennek az újabb $500 milliárd eurónak a kifizetését a fegyverszállító tagállamok számára, ameddig Ukrajna a háború nemzetközi szponzorainak listáján tartja az OTP-t. Az OTP a legnagyobb magyar bank, az OTP a magyar gazdaság egy fontos szereplője. Mondhatnám azt is, hogy mindannyian büszkék vagyunk az OTP-re, mint magyar bankra.
Ukraine's anti-corruption agency Black.
Right. So that's what he had to say, and he's basically laying it out for you the same way I did. I wanted to play you Orban also, so they're Hungary's president. Listen to this interesting conversation that he had with the journalists at the Economic Forum.
Yesterday, your foreign minister said you would block the aid that the European Union wants to give to Ukraine at this particular time. And I wonder how you, a country that is, you have been invaded by Russia, you know what that is like, why you do that.
First of all, thank you very much for the possibility to have that conversation. One small additional remark. 17 years in power and 16 years in opposition. That's equally important. Anyway, on the war issue, you should know that Hungary has a very unique situation in this whole war because Ukraine is not a country far away. Ukraine is our neighbor. Second, we have minorities, ethnic minorities living in Ukraine, 200,000 something. Yes. And they are part of the war. They are conscripted as soldiers to the Ukrainian army, and they die. So we lose lives daily, Hungarian lives as well. So therefore, we consider this whole situation from a special angle. So we do not belong to the mainstream European approach. And my position was, or the position of Hungary was, the very first moment, that this war is the failure of diplomacy. It should have never happened, that war, outbreak. So looking what's going on the front line, for us it's obvious that the battlefield solution does not work. So whoever right and whoever not, you rightly describe the situation that Russia invaded Ukraine. But the question is not who invaded whom, the question is what will be the next morning. The next morning, the fact is that more and more people will die, and there is no chance to have a victory on neither side. So this is a war which just deprives many persons from lives without having results.
But surely you can't, we can all agree that the diplomacy before Ukraine was not successful, but there is a very big difference between the failure on that and the mere fact of invasion. And what intrigues me is you, as someone, it was one of the great reasons you came into politics. You made a great deal about 1956 and fighting for freedom. You have a neighbor who is invaded by Russia, the very country, you grew up with pictures of tanks going into Budapest. Why are you opposing the European aid?
No, it's emotionally. It's tragic. So we all of.
It's so funny because he, Orban is trying to get him to understand. Look, the situation in Ukraine is really bad. That's why we need diplomatic solution and diplomatic settlement. And he's trying to pretend, yeah, but don't you hate Russia like us? Why won't you support the weapons package? God, I really hate British media so much. I hope I can make up for them. Please forgive us. By the way, obviously, small correction. I should have said at the beginning, listen to what Hungary's Prime Minister, Viktor Orbán, has to say. And there's a bit more in the clip that I'll show you, but, you know, they've been doing this for a while now, accusing Hungary of, you know, basically dragging their feet because they wouldn't sanction Russia or approve the EU sanctions packages, you know, and Hungary's telling them, guys, we will freeze. We will have no economy if we don't get gas and fuel from Russia. So they made an exception for Hungary to phase out Russian energy. I think it's by 1 year or 2 years, right? So they're giving them time. Oh, the benevolent Ursula von der Leyen bitch and her crew. They're giving Orban time to, you know, fully sanction the evil Russians. And let's hear the rest of the clip.
Our heart is with the Ukrainians. We understand how much they suffer, but I'm speaking here as a politician who should save lives. So the most important thing for the international political community is to save lives, especially when you are convinced, as I do, that there is no chance to win this war. So therefore, what we should do far more energy invest into to convince everybody that the only solution is ceasefire. And then after the ceasefire, peace talks should start. And then we could back to your point, yeah?
But do you really think there is no chance of Ukraine winning?
That's my
point. They stand very little chance of winning without the aid which you are currently blocking.
No, my position is that looking at the reality, looking at the figures, looking at the surroundings, looking at the fact that NATO is not ready to send troops, it's obvious that there is no victory for poor Ukrainians on the battlefield. That's my position. That was always my suggestion to everybody, that instead of to manage to have a stronger involvement into the war, escalation should be stopped, and we should argue in favor of peace and negotiation.
Oh my God, what a disgusting Putin puppet this man is. Shame! Shame on you, old boy. I'm joking. He has an excellent position on all of this. I mean, he basically said word for word, almost word for word, what I've been telling you this entire time. If you actually care about people, then sue for peace. Find a diplomatic solution, because the European and Western response has been military, a military solution. Send more weapons. Let's send, HIMARS, then tanks, now jets. Yeah, but you're losing. Just yesterday, the Russians took Bakhmut. What's going on? The only thing that NATO is achieving is escalation. Escalation and winning are not the same thing. You know, this border crossing in Belgorod, you know, I don't think it was big enough to elicit a serious Russian response. I mean, it was certainly serious, but I'm talking about on scale. But, like, at what point do you cross the line? At what point do you actually make the Russians use a nuclear weapon, for example? Because, you know, sending drones on to the Kremlin the other week is certainly one way. You know, the Russians have raised their nuclear readiness and preparation. They're equivalent of DEFCON in the United States, and one of the criteria for the launch of a nuclear missile in Russia's in Russia's playbook. I hate this goddamn term. I despise this term, but it's actually, you know, one of their published criteria. They say that an attempt, you know, on the president's life, or an attempt to kind of basically, you know, cut off the head of Russia's government to kill its leadership, basically, will elicit the launch of a Russian nuclear missile. So when you're sending drones on the Kremlin, I mean, just, you know, in the Cold War, there have been moments where the Russians almost launched nuclear weapons, and or America almost launched nuclear weapons because they thought the Russians were attacking them. The Americans were attacking them, or the Russians were attacking them, respectively. You know, one side was almost convinced that a nuclear missile was impending, or multiple ICBMs. I mean, Jesus Christ! Even throughout the entire Cold War, never has a fucking drone hit the Kremlin. Have you people gone absolutely mad? And, you know, if that would have happened to the White House, I would be equally as alarmed and be telling you, what the hell are you thinking, Russians? You're attacking the fucking White House? Have you gone mad? I mean, excuse my French, but it's gone out of control. It's gone out of hand. They've gone nuts. They've gone nuts. They've gone nuclear. You know, forgive the pun, but this has really, really gotten out of hand. Today it's F-16s. Okay, fine. And forget Nord Stream 2. I haven't even mentioned Nord Stream pipelines, which is critical civilian infrastructure. What are you guys doing? To me, Viktor Orban, Hungary's prime minister, sounds like a very, very reasonable man. He is arguing for peace. He's not saying, I love Russia, I want to kiss Putin's bum. He's saying, let's actually stop escalating and let's sit down and talk and actually end the war. And he said this war should have never happened. Word for word, what I tell you guys, this war should have never happened. The Americans, NATO, EU didn't take diplomacy seriously. Why did they? I mean, again, I've told you that we've been attacking the Russians for 100 years now, right? We actually invaded Russia and fucking bombed them with chemical weapons, right? Winston Churchill with the M device. Again, excuse my French, but it's just so egregious, right? We just keep crossing the line. We just keep escalating. You know, today we crossed this line and the threshold is raised. There's going to be a limit. There's a ceiling. Okay, there's a ceiling to how much the Russians can take, because Whitehall is not under threat. The White House is not under threat. The Americans, you know, and in England, we are not under Russian threat. You know, the countries with nuclear missiles, only the Russians are under threat. So, you know, we are really pushing the boundaries of things that were unthinkable in the Cold War. Just let that sink in. I myself, I swear to God, almost every day I think to myself, Jesus Christ, this can't be real. Like I think to myself, you know, history happened, and I don't say this because I wish I were alive during this time. These are terrible things, but sometimes I think to myself, you know, all of history, the most important moments in history, most of them took place in the 20th century. Obviously, I'm exaggerating, but you know, yet all these things, the reshuffling of an end of colonialism, well, sort of, right? You guys know I talk about neo-colonialism all the time, but so many major events happen, and I then think to myself, we are literally living through major events, and I don't mean that in a good sense. I'm saying that in a negative sense, that we could almost. The human race might be wiped out because of these nut jobs. These, you know, these they're salivating at the mouth. These bloodthirsty motherfuckers like Hillary Clinton, like Joe Biden, like Sunak and Truss, and all of them. They are going to kill us all. You don't have to like the Russians, but understand the Russians have nuclear weapons. How far are you going to push them before they actually send those missiles over? What are you doing? What are you doing? And don't even come here. Don't even start with, oh, I care about Ukraine. You don't give a crap about Ukraine. You caused this in Ukraine. You guys caused this in Ukraine. Ukraine is NATO's fault. We've been just pushing and grinding at these Russians for 100 years. I don't give a shit about Russia. I don't want to hear about Russia. Why can't we just leave people the fuck alone? Why can't we just stay home and mind our own business? Why is this so hard? Why do we have people like this controlling us? Why do we have people like this in government? Who do they represent? Weapons makers? To fucking hell with all of them, man. Here, let's talk about more weapons for Ukraine. Jesus Christ. You know, every day they got weapons for Ukraine. They got hundreds of millions and billions. You know, they don't even take care of their own veterans. You know, I saw a video of a veteran crying the other day And look, man, no one's asking you to feel sorry for you know, people who invaded Iraq and so on. The real victims, you know, a lot of people cried in Iraq. A lot of people cried in Afghanistan. A lot of people cried in Syria. A lot of people drowned in the Mediterranean trying to run from Syria. Yeah? That's blood on America's hands, on Britain's hand, on our hands. But my point here is that America is the richest country in history. They got so much money for war, and then they don't even take care of the people they send to do the wars for them. I mean, it's disgusting. You know, I've never heard of an empire that had so much money and its own citizens benefited so little. It's quite extraordinary. The gap is unreal, right? Like, you know, they call you, you know, a citizen, but you're not really treated like a citizen or like a human being for that matter, citizen or otherwise. No medical care whatsoever. You got these people who have been sent to massacre other human beings, to do something that's, you know, an ungodly act, an evil act that takes away a soul and a part of their own soul, and they can't cope with that. You know, if you look at the last 30 years, more American soldiers have been killed by suicide than in battle, which tells you everything you need to know. This shows you that what they are doing to other human beings is so messed up, primarily for the victims, but secondarily, you know, and afterwards, for the killers themselves, that they can't even live with themselves and they end up taking their own lives. And it shows you how disgusting the system is, because they don't even take care of their own killers, right? They don't even give them doctors or healthcare, right? And you know, you should take care of everybody in your country, but even the ones doing their dirty work, they just, you know, they hang them out to dry. Doesn't that say a lot? Doesn't that say a lot? So here we go. F-16s for Ukraine. So Poland has said that they will train the Ukrainians on F-16s, and Biden accepted to, you know, basically allowed for other countries to export F-16s to Ukraine. Now, I know people are talking about this, and I have, as an escalation. It is absolutely an escalation. But let me put it to you this way. This is actually a Ponzi scheme, and it's a very dirty scheme, because what they're doing here is they're trying to frame this to you as, oh, we are helping Ukraine. Look, we are sending F-16s and we are going to train Ukrainian pilots on F-16s. What they're doing is that they're actually getting rid of their planes. Even if the war in Ukraine weren't taking place, and I really wish it weren't, they would still be getting rid of their F-16s, because most of the countries that have them are retiring them. You know, the F-16s are very effective fighters. I think they're the most successful in terms of sales, right? You've got 25 countries that have F-16s. Bravo, bravo, ha ha, hurrah for the weapons makers. But my point is that they are getting old, even though they're fourth generation, and countries are retiring them. So what they're going to do now is they're going to give them off. It's like they're giving their hand-me-downs to the Ukrainians. And then they're going to go, and what are they going to do? They're going to buy new jets. Once again, more money for the military-industrial complex. Well done. It's a great scheme for Raytheon and you know, Lockheed Martin and or General Dynamics, as it were called. You know, well done. Well done. Very smart. You know, let's just hope the Russians don't nuke us. You know, they're very ambitious, honestly, thinking that this is going to work. I'll tell you why. Because training people to use tanks is already extremely taxing and difficult. The Ukrainians, remember, this used to be one country, okay, Ukraine and Russia. I mean, and that makes the war even more sad, because it's like having, you know, people in Lebanon and Syria fight each other. These brothers and cousins. You got people living, you know, people living in both countries from the same family. I don't need to tell Ukrainians and Russians this. They already know. And my point is that this used to be the same country, and they used to have the same jets. And it's not that long ago that you had the Soviet Union, and even after the Soviet Union ceased to exist, and even after Warsaw Pact was disbanded, but for some reason NATO wasn't, right? Gotta fight that imaginary Soviet Union. They kept the Russian jets, right? The Ukrainians to this day, they're trained on Russian jets because that's what they have. They have the SUs and they have the MiGs, right? It's an Armenian who made the MiG. So, you know, these are excellent jets. They're excellent jets. But imagine that these guys, you know, if you, for example, if you want to sign up as a pilot, you want to join the RAF, the Royal Air Force. My grandfather was in the RAF during World War II. if you want to join the RAF today, you have to sign a contract for 12 years. You have to enter for 12 years. It's not because the training takes 12 years, but it's such an investment to train you, and it's so integral to a military that they want to keep you there for as long as possible. So you have to think that in other armies, it's more or less the same. You know, these pilots train for years. I mean, the minimum to train someone on an F-16 is usually a year and a half in the U.S. Army, right? So, or whoever else is buying them. Year and a half. And then, of course, so just imagine on the Ukrainian side, you've got these pilots who've been trained on Soviet or Russian jets, and they've been flying them for years and years and years. Their muscle memory, their brains, their you know, the hairs on their neck, their whole body is in tune with this machine, this awesome machine. And now you're trying to you have to deprogram them, retrain them on a different system, entirely different system, and then send them into a war zone, an active combat situation. I mean, Jesus Christ, man, if I were a Ukrainian pilot, I'd be like, fuck you. Just give me a Russian jet. I'll fly the Russian jet. Why are you trying to retrain me on fucking F-16s? We know how to fly. Just give us the Russian ones. Morons. I mean, it's not moronic. It's actually, it shows you how little they respect the Ukrainian pilots. They don't even give them the equipment that they know how to use already. Why are you, look, man, in a military, in any military, logistics is the most difficult and most critical pillar of any army. Ask anyone who's been in the military, they will say the same thing. If you are in a combat situation, your entire existence depends on logistics, on meals getting through to you, on ammunition getting through to you, on repair equipment, on all of it. It's all about logistics. Right now, you are basically not only screwing up the logistics, you are holding back these pilots from flying, and then, as I said, deprogramming them and hoping that they will have the right reflexes, they will have the right muscle memory and the right reaction times in a combat situation when their lives are at stake. You are out of your mind. But the thing is, they're not out of their minds. They want to make money. Like I told you, these F-16s, look, here's a picture of a Polish one. You can tell it's Polish because of the red and white squares. The Polish actually, in the Battle of Britain, which is, you know, considered Britain's finest hour, the top squadrons who the best pilots were Polish. They fled to England, they joined the RAF, and they kicked some German ass. Always remember that. In any case, you know, so I have immense respect for them. This is a Polish F-16, okay? And my point here is that they're going to retire these things anyway. So they're like hand-me-downs. And then they're going to probably buy, I don't know, Eurofighter Typhoons. Likely not. It's those who have American jets will probably stick to American jets. But you know, they're going to try and get new equipment, and that means more money for the companies that produce this stuff. Let me show you the Polish. This is the Polish defense minister.
We are ready to start this training, but it hasn't started yet. But of course, we're ready to start this training. Of course, I propose to join this training to the European Union military mission, which is conducted by Poland on the Polish soil. How many pilots? We are open. It depends on our possibilities. You know that Poland is located in the eastern flank of NATO, so we have some obligations concerning not only protecting of Polish air, but always concerning of protecting, for instance, Baltic states' air. But of course, we are open to suggestions, to proposals.
Hi, Representative. On the F-16, you said training has already started in several countries. Which countries are you talking about?
Well, for example, in Poland.
It has.
That's not what the defense minister just said. I don't know. It's kind of a small. It was kind of a funny video, right? They're obviously going to start training them in England and Netherlands and so on. I'm again confused by how the hell we're going to train them on F-16s in England, and unless they're going to be trained at American bases. That's probably what's going to happen, because we don't have F-16s in the RAF. We have Eurofighter Typhoons. You always know it's a British aircraft because it's named after some kind of storm, you know? And here you have in the AP, they say Biden's shift on F-16s for Ukraine came after months of internal debate. Biden's decision to allow allies to train Ukrainian forces on how to operate F-16 fighter jets and eventually to provide the aircraft themselves seemed like an abrupt change in position, but was in fact one that came after months of internal debate and quiet talks with allies. Yeah, see, the thing is, I don't think that's what happened. I think that they are testing the waters, and unfortunately, it's radioactive water, and it's going to splash on all of us if they don't quit their goddamn nonsense, man. Because they're really going to kill us. They're going to kill us. You know, you're really testing the boundaries here. You're really pushing the limit because, like I said, at what point do we cross the line? Meaning, at what point do we give the Ukrainians a weapon that the Russians consider so offensive that they actually nuke us? Or, for example, what about these F-16s if they go and if, for example, they start bombing targets that are so sensitive for the Russians are like, okay, screw this, launch the nukes. Because, you know, it meets the criteria. How do you know that won't happen? I know this sounds like, oh, Richard, you're exaggerating. So I don't know anyone who's saying that. But my point is that this seemed unthinkable, but they literally attacked the Kremlin with drones a few weeks ago. Hello? You know, I think you guys are in La La Land. I don't mean you guys, but whoever. It's not out of the, you know, it's not out of the ordinary for this war. You know, it's the threshold just keeps, you know, we keep crossing the lines, and we're certainly raising the threshold. But we're also upping, you know, it's upping the risks. It's just too risky, man. It's too risky. Just because the Russians aren't saying or doing anything in response doesn't mean that they won't in the future. I think that's even more dangerous. You know, when you have someone who, from the Russian point of view, right? Like, let's say, when you have someone who, you know, is getting punched, I'm speaking figuratively, right? As an analogy, they're getting punched, and over, and they don't react. They're the most dangerous, because when they finally explode, it's gonna be very bad for everybody. And in this case, this is not something that, you know, only concerns Ukraine. And as the Americans say, Ukraine will respond at a time of their choosing. Yeah, okay. And what about the rest of us who live on planet Earth? I you know, very, very good. You, again, that doesn't change the fact that you have, you know, you have mutually assured destruction, and it's a constant that still remains. Again, maybe I'm crazy and they're right. You know, it's really dangerous, all of this. And I want to say one thing: what do they think they're going to achieve? Because this is a ground-based war right now. Okay, everything is happening on the ground. It's like, it's almost, not exactly, almost like World War I with drones. So actually, funnily enough, the first Air Force has sprung up in World War I. You know, Britain had the first Air Force, and now somebody was French. They'll start, you know, getting angry in the comments. Britain had the first Air Force, of course, and you know, they were actually bombing people by air already in World War I with balloons and everything, and Zeppelins. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Listen, the point is that this is like World War I trench warfare, okay, in many aspects. There is no air war. The Russians, they rule the skies above Ukraine. If you start introducing F-16s into the equation, these are American-made jets, into the equation, you are going to cross a red line, and there's no coming back from that. And I'll also say one more thing. The Russians, they have the S-300 and the S-400, which are surface-to-air missile systems. They are the best in the world, period. I know the Americans think that their Patriot system is the best. And yes, it's outdated, and I know that even outdated systems can be upgraded. I have told you this. The F-16 is one example of something from the 1970s, which is still used. I mean, Jesus, look at the B-52, like over 50 years old, and it's still, it's still slated to be used in another 50 years or so, right? So you can always upgrade and maintain these things. Yes, I agree. The thing is that when it comes to the S-300 and S-400, they're just better than the Patriot. And why do you think the Americans sanction you when you try to buy them? Because they're afraid of these weapons. They don't want other countries obviously buying from Russia, being there, supporting, basically portraying Russian weapon systems as better than the Americans. The Americans want to get all that revenue. But my point here is that the S-300 is already, creme de la creme. The S-400 is even better. I think it's maybe been used once in combat, and it was this war in this Ukraine war. F-16s are going to be shot down like flies by an S-400. Even an S-200 is dangerous for an F-16. Not too much, but an S-200, which is from the 1960s. Good luck getting past Russia's S-400s. Turkey bought the S-400, right? The Indians also bought the S-400. They get slapped with sanctions. I'm not sure about the Indians. I forgot if they got slapped with sanctions. I think they did, but Turkey definitely, and especially as a NATO member, it's outrageous. When you're in NATO, you got to buy American and British weapons, or French or whatever. You got to stick within NATO. The fact that the Turks actually got away with that is it's so funny. Erdogan does one thing very well. He knows how to kind of walk this tightrope between East and West. Anyway, so that's not an endorsement, by the way. Far from it. But my point is that these F-16s, they just don't stand a chance against the S-400. And, this is, again, a tricky situation. What happens when the Russians shoot down one of Ukraine's jets, or vice versa? Things can get very ugly. In Syria, when Turkey shot down a Russian jet, it got very sticky. Thank God that they are actually on good terms and so on. And, it's sad for the pilot. But my point is that even amongst allies, it could get very hairy. So why are we gambling with the human race? I don't think this is acceptable. I don't think it's acceptable. And it's all a money-making scheme, period. It's all about money, man. The countries giving these jets up are going to buy new ones. Here's an amazing video of an establishment media journalist getting absolutely owned. Let's take a look.
Africa is a treaty member of the International Criminal Court. If Putin comes here in August, as planned, your government will be obliged to arrest him. As head of the ANC, do you believe your government should and indeed will arrest Vladimir Putin?
If it was according to the ANC, we will want President Putin to be here even tomorrow.
You would?
To come to our country. But
you would welcome Vladimir Putin here right now?
Of course we will welcome.
He's so offended. Like, you would. You what, mate? You actually would. Yes. I'm very sorry to disappoint you, old boy, but there are other countries on Earth who have different views and policies than the West. I know we are so arrogant that we think, oh, the world stands with Ukraine or NATO, whatever that means, sorry, when they say the world, they mean Western Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and the United States and Canada. That's the world. But they leave out the actual world, meaning most of the human beings and countries on Earth. They don't matter.
Who is being investigated for war crimes by the International Criminal Court.
We will welcome him to come here as part and parcel of BRICS.
Why don't you investigate George Bush and Tony Blair for fucking war crimes, you twat?
But we know that we are constrained by the ICC in terms of doing that. Putin is a head of state. Do you think that a head of state can just be arrested anywhere? How many crimes have your country committed in Iraq? How many crimes Have everyone else who's so vocal today committed in Iraq and Afghanistan, have you arrested them? You have not.
You know the impact that this stand of yours...
You're making a lot of noise about putting in state of working... for peace between Ukraine and Russia, and you failed to resolve the war. Where are the weapons of mass destruction? Tony Blair went to Iraq and claimed that there are weapons of mass destruction. Did you see?
Look at this dickhead. Like he's not used to actually being given an honest answer. He's not used to people dressing him down and pointing out what a disgusting hypocrite he and the rest of the British establishment and Western media are. He's not used to that, right? He's not used to people with balls who speak the truth.
Anybody standing against that in the United Kingdom and Britain, more than...
No, there's nobody in the United Kingdom standing, standing up to the war criminals that we have. No. The High Court in England, in England and Wales, said that Tony Blair is exempt, or shall we say he's immune from war crimes prosecution because invading another country is not a crime in England. Yeah, I shit you not. That is actually the legal reasoning. You see, he mentions the ICC. Well, guess what? The ICC, the International Criminal Court, is something that was created end of the 20th century, so like 1998, and it's the Rome Statute which spawned it. England, the UK, ratified the Rome Statute and the ICC and joined the ICC, but when they added the fourth crime, so they had like genocide, they had crimes against humanity, and when they added the fourth crime, which is a crime of aggression, meaning invading another country, for some reason the UK just never, they never got round to ratifying it. We just don't have the time. I wonder why. And that's why, because if we did that, we would have to arrest Tony Blair. But let's arrest Putin, right?
Millions of people have died in Iraq and Afghanistan, and there are no weapons of mass destruction. We know what the war is about.
Mr. Secretary General,
between Russia and Ukraine. We want peace. That's what is important, so that the world can thrive. And organs.
I love this guy so much. What an absolute G. He is just laying it out as it is, exactly what I have told you. South Africa, China, Brazil, all these countries that are BRICS countries. So they are partners with Russia. They're not condoning Russia. They're actually saying, hey, everybody calm down and let's resolve this. And all you see is British media attacking them. They attacked South Africa for proposing diplomacy. They attack Lula for trying to sit down Zelensky. Zelensky makes him wait and then doesn't even show up to the meeting. I mean, how insulting in any context, right? Never mind a goddamn president of the largest country in Latin America. When it comes to China, Liz Truss, who is the most ridiculously irrelevant person on earth, goes to Taiwan right next door and starts saying that China is meddling in European security. You're meddling in China. Why don't you fuck off? So they try to attack the countries closest to Russia for actually suggesting peace. Maybe if he gave F-16s, the BBC journalist here wouldn't give him so much crap, or wherever the hell he works. Maybe South Africa should give some F-16s instead of being a Putin puppet, right? Maybe China should send some F-16s instead of being a Kremlin asset.
And institutions of the world that institute world peace must not be conspicuous by their silence in deciding decisively.
We don't have much time left.
Sorry, we're out of time. You spoke too much truth on the network. I'm so sorry. We're just out of time. Every single time someone on mainstream media speaks the truth, they have to cut them off suddenly, just out of fucking time. And we got to go. There's a black hole swallowing the studio. We're just out of time.
I want to bring it back to domestic South African politics before we end.
Yeah, Jesus. Why don't we talk about sports while you're at it? Yeah, you want to talk about some fucking cricket or something? You love to see it, man. You just love to see it. No mercy. He just laid it out on him, man. He dressed him down. He said, "We want peace. That's what's important." You know, and let me to play devil's advocate, quite literally. Yes, South Africa, as a member of the ICC, they are legally bound to arrest Putin. Yeah. But the thing is, you know, in England, we didn't arrest Tony Blair, and we refused to even ratify or respect the ICC, which we signed. So if we are allowed in England to pick and choose what we like about the International Criminal Court, then let the South Africans also behave like us, right? Why isn't he going to the Prime Minister, to Rishi Sunak, and telling him to ratify, or you know, to Tony Blair or anyone in Parliament, right? Because Tony Blair was the Prime Minister. Why doesn't he go and interview them and ask them, why haven't you ratified the 4th article of the ICC? Why haven't we ratified the crime of aggression in Britain? We are actually in the ICC. But no, we'll go and give South Africa some shit, you know, because they're not behaving like we want them to. So it's okay for Britain to cherry pick what we like, but not for South Africa. Funny how that works, right? It's the same colonial imperialist mentality. You guys should behave like us even when we don't respect the ICC. We want you to respect the ICC. That's funny. Now, you see the Americans and the Russians, they're not actually members of the ICC, but because Ukraine is a member of the ICC, you know, only one party has to be a member of the International Criminal Court to actually make a claim, and it doesn't matter if Russia is a member or not. If Putin goes to a country that is a party to the Rome Statute, then yes, they would have to arrest him and execute the arrest warrant. But again, the thing is, I don't think Russia, I don't like Russia's stance. I think Russia should join the ICC. They should ratify it, and come on, let's be fair. The thing is, though, I have a feeling that their stance, their refusal to join the ICC is because the Americans won't join. Because, you know, Bill Clinton signed it, and then Bush didn't ratify it, and I think it was on his last day of Clinton's office. You know, they kind of just dragged their feet on it and left it. So as long as the Americans haven't joined, can you really blame the Russians for not joining? Actually, yes, I am blaming them. I'm blaming both. I think they're wrong. The problem, though, with the ICC is that as an institution, if you look at its history, it's basically just been used to, you know, go after African leaders, black leaders, but leave all the fancy white ones, you know, in Europe. And you know, their war crimes go basically their behavior and war crimes go unpunished. If you look at the ICC's history, they only go after African countries, and all the Western ones are left alone. That's just a fact. So when I sit here and I tell you, well, Russia and America should join the ICC, they should actually join it. It's not really a respectable institution, unfortunately. I wish it were actually, you know, going after people who commit war crimes, but mysteriously, George Bush, you know, Barack Obama, Tony Blair, Gordon Brown, whoever, pick whatever you want, whoever you want. They're never prosecuted and never touched. How's that? You know, how's that possible? Anyway, he gave him a good walloping. It was funny to watch. Oh God, this thing is so cringe. This thing is so cringe. Oh my God.
Verified.
Please, guys, forgive me for showing you this. Please forgive me. Guys, again, this thing is so cringe. So please forgive me for showing you this. Let's go.
Welcome to BBC Verified. Like you said, we are a team of investigative journalists here at the BBC. We are also a new brand, and we are a physical location.
We're a new brand.
Above the newsroom in London.
Oh, she's above the newsroom in London, just so you know how important she is, okay? Get that straight.
The point of the team, as you said, is to verify video, to fact check, to counter disinformation, and to analyze.
What does that mean? Like, weren't you doing that before? What? I don't understand this. Like, you know, all these verify and disinformation checking organizations have popped up. What were you doing before? It's your fucking job to check things. You're a journalist. Are you not? What were you doing at the Washington Post? What were you doing at the BBC before Trump? Like, were you not verifying things before you said them? Jesus Christ.
Analyze really complex stories so we can get to the truth of what's going on. Why does this matter? Well, mistruths can cause really serious harm to society and to the people in them. And so
thank you, Ministry of Truth, for your communique. I will be an obedient citizen and follow.
We want to show you our workings and really help you understand how we get to the bottom of what's happening. And I'm going to give you a bit of a flavour of the kind of work that the team are doing. So we're able to look at maps to geolocate specific.
You're able to look at maps? What a trained monkey you have there. Yes, oh boy. Wow, how impressive. She even has her own touchscreen. Well done.
Situation, stuff that's going on. This is just a map of central London. Where
stuff that's going on, yes. Okay.
Where we are now, and this is New Broadcasting House, where I'm speaking to you from.
Ah, yes, the center of Babylon. Yes, I see.
And it's not so important perhaps for the centre of London, but
no, it isn't.
Is when we're analysing war zones or what's happening in hard-to-reach places. And there's a story on the BBC.
All right, so you can tell us what we should believe. Yes, analysing war zones. There was a chemical attack in Syria. Yeah, okay.
Website today. It's looking at Russian fortifications on the front lines in Ukraine, and
to be fair, I find this actually interesting about Russian fortifications. I'm not being sarcastic. I actually find that interesting, but it gets worse.
You can read more about it there. And there are other ways that we also are able to interrogate what's going on, including on social media. I have some undercover accounts that I've set up for the BBC.
She has undercover accounts. This is like their version of investigative journalism. Just look at this. She has someone called Brittany, who's populist right, 50 years old, a school secretary, recently divorced, 3 children, and she's from Houston, Texas.
America's podcast, and we use these kinds of undercover accounts, and these are the characters that the accounts belong to.
Stressed sideliner. What the hell is that, man?
To be able to really understand polarization.
She's in Miami, Florida. A stressed sideline. Dude, Florida's a red state, man. Florida's a red state. Pick somewhere else. This crap doesn't even make sense, you know? I mean, California would be better, for example. Well, what is... God.
Online and how what's happening.
Don't get me wrong. You obviously have people who are apolitical. Most Americans are nonpartisan. So I'm just kind of giving her crap right now. But I just find this so funny. Like, you know, what is this weird stuff? I'm pretty sure it's a TOS violation. I'm not trying to play, you know, hall monitor now. I really don't care. But, you know, people have hard enough time setting up a real account on social media, you know, and now if you're a BBC journalist, you can just like make fake bots as much as you want. Okay.
On our social media feeds, and what we're being recommended and pushed to us can affect all of us. And they don't offer us a totally exhaustive insight into what's going on, but they can help us understand just how social media works. And then there's also investigating other mistruths and the real world harm they can cause. At the moment, I'm investigating the UK's conspiracy theory movement. I'm trying to understand more about how it's evolved and intensified since the pandemic here in the UK. I'm looking at the alternative media that finds itself at
She's basically saying that alternative media is a front for the British conspiracy movement. What? What is this even? Like, if you don't work for us, if you don't work at a respectable paper, boy, then you're clearly part of the alternative media. Yes, the far right.
At the heart of this movement, and a conspiracy theory newspaper that's a part of that as well.
Yes, of course. Everybody knows, right? Independent media is definitely, it's you know, it's far right, it's conspiracy theory based.
Way that alternative media is funded. I'm looking at its impact on local communities. I'm looking at its connections with far right figures, and also its foreign links. That's for a podcast series that will be coming out in June. It's called Mariana in Conspiracy Land, and it will be available on BBC Sounds.
Dude, look at this cover. What did she just break out of prison? Maybe she's the one who broke the Palestinian prisoners out of Gilboa. She looks like she just dug a tunnel. What is it? Maybe it's a gardening. It's like a home improvement series or something. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Lord help us.
For asking that question, could January the 6th or a German coup attempt like we saw there ever happen here in the UK? So there's
Dude, I actually asked some people from Germany if they heard of a coup attempt, and they had no clue what I was talking about. Dude, this is so pathetic. Let me ask you something. Actually, look, I don't want to bash too much. Let me be fair. Will you be investigating the BBC? Will you be verifying and fact-checking the BBC, right? And mainstream media? Are you actually going to check them, or it's just like people you don't like? This is a very potent question. It's a very pertinent question, because they want to, they have a whole industry of fact checking that just popped up, like as if before a few years ago, no one bothered checking anything before they published it or said it. What is this? It's basically an industry that's designed to silence anyone who differs, who has a different opinion, or who dares to question and ponder other than establishment media and the establishment narrative, right? And she's making it out to see like it's about conspiracy theories and they're far right. What the actual hell, man? Most of independent media that I know is on the left. They're like actual left, not far right, not even remotely close to right. They're on the left. So she's like completely, pigeonholing and labeling alternative media as something that is at the heart of, as she said, at the heart of the conspiracy theory movement. Why don't you write conspiracy theory media instead of alternative media? Alternative media could mean a million things. I mean, I say independent media. I don't know if she means the same thing, but the fact that they're launching this thing, and you've had a whole industry, it's not just her, it's a whole industry of people that are there to kind of like confirm establishment narratives. So to tell you that Syria, Assad did a chemical attack in Syria, we verified this and we checked this, and any claim that he didn't is fake. Who says who? The same people who are making the accusation. They never fact check themselves. They never fact check or correct their own errors. They don't even, these are basic journalistic practices that you issue corrections. The New York Times, who lied about this Duma attack, they never even bothered correcting themselves. Their stories are still up there. It's no correction. This lie that Paul Manafort or whoever it was visited Julian Assange in the Ecuadorian embassy, complete lie, still up on the Guardian website, never been corrected. Why don't you fact check that? Why don't you fact check yourselves? Why don't you do your jobs? I'm asking you to do your job as a journalist, to check that your information is correct, to be unbiased, to be objective, and to issue corrections when you make mistakes. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with correcting yourself. It's everybody makes mistakes, but actually be honest and correct your mistakes. No, let's go after alternative media, whatever the hell that means. Everybody's far right. What? What's crazy? Like, she actually follows me, this same woman. I just looked her up and she follows me on Twitter. What the fuck are you following me on Twitter for? I don't consider her important enough to follow back, but I'll certainly be fact-checking her. I can assure you that. This is what Glenn said. Glenn cracked me up so much. He really made me laugh. He said, hilarious. This BBC employee, Mariana Spring, resides above the newsroom because she's not just any journalist, but a disinformation correspondent. I have a funny feeling, Glenn, that most of these people calling themselves disinformation experts and disinformation correspondents are the ones actually spreading the disinformation. I know you'd agree with me. So Glenn also says that she's somehow qualified to identify disinformation. She adjudicates truth while warning that alternative media is a menace. And she's even trained to use Google Maps. Respect her specialized skill set. Defer to her decrees. Glenn says, I love how the answer to collapsing trust in media is for their human resources departments to concoct new fake titles based on fabricated claims of expertise. This is exactly why people don't trust the media, because they never correct themselves. They double down on their lies, and then they pretend to, as he said, they adjudicate truths, right? So they are the sole voices. They are the ones who decide what is truth and what isn't truth. I mean, it's absolutely insane, man. You're seeing this propaganda from Syria, from all the way back to Iraq. I remember this as a child. I was watching how they were lying about Iraq. and the war on terror and all these things. And it's never stopped. And, you know, they've obviously been doing it. Before that, you saw I played these tapes to you how the CIA agent was talking about planting stories, right? Basically getting journalists to publish lies and to smear people and all these things. And, you know, people don't trust the media anymore because of these things, because of decades and decades and decades of lying. There is no more Pentagon paper, Washington Post, you know? That's gone. This era of investigative journalism is gone at those places. Now, real journalism, investigative journalism, hard-hitting journalism, objective journalism is precisely, specifically in independent media. And, you know, there are so many people in this movement, you know, and they just want to crush anybody who questions them. That's what it's about. This is literally state media. I don't just mean the BBC, but these institutions, they are the Ministry of Truth. And, you know, the funny thing is that the BBC is funded by the taxpayer. So, you know, somehow it's not state media, though, even though the BBC chief just resigned because it turns out that he was loaning Boris Johnson money or something, and that's why Number 10 recommended him for the job. You know, it just so happens that the prime minister, he gets the guy in to run the BBC, but totally not state media. It has nothing to do with the government. We swear. No, the BBC has an independent editorial board. It's funded by the taxpayer. Yeah, okay, so it's state funded. State media. What? You know, they even complained about this label that Twitter gave them, and then I think Twitter removed it or something. Like, dude, BBC is we even in World War II we used to issue secret coded messages for resistance fighters in Europe with the BBC, and there's nothing wrong with that because we had to fight the Nazis. But it just goes to show you that the BBC has always been part of the state. It's an arm of the state. For propaganda or otherwise, you know, sometimes it did good things, like in this case, helping fighters, resistance fighters to fight the Nazis. Yes, okay, but this thing, BBC Verify, you know, lying about Iraq, all this crap, that's not good. And it's absolutely state media. Let me play this clip by Glenn.
What distinguishes an ordinary reporter from a sacred fact checker? The same thing that qualifies someone to be an online safety expert. Absolutely nothing. It's a fraud, a scam, an invented title which media outlets have decided that they and they alone are empowered to bestow. Now, the worst and most blatant example of this fraud is the emergence of the utterly fraudulent industry of so-called disinformation experts and misinformation reporters. I'm sure you remember that deranged #resistance fanatic whom the Department of Homeland Security wanted to anoint as...
Yeah, I remember exactly what he was talking about. Jesus, the memories I was trying to bury away.
The Department of Homeland Security wanted to anoint as disinformation czar Nina Yankovic, a power grab by the U.S. government that was a bridge too far even for our censorship-happy political culture. Watching the U.S. security state openly arrogate into itself the power to decree what is true and false so that big tech monopolies can determine which viewpoints are and are not permitted is something that still, thankfully, makes many Americans recoil, at least for now. But all of that was justified based on the claim that this preposterous online Democratic Party activist had somehow merited the title disinformation expert. Like online safety expert, where does that even mean? The term disinformation is just a newly concocted term for lies.
That's it. That's it, man. It's funny because, again, I really don't, you know, I don't wish anybody harm or something like that, but most people also recoiled to this BBC Verify scheme. So, you know, it really says everything you need to know. It really says a lot because they're trying to shove this down our throats. We're not gonna have it. I'm sorry. do your jobs. You know, if you say that you're interested in exposing disinformation and checking facts, you should be checking facts anyway. That's your job. Do you focus on actually doing accurate reporting before you start, you know, trying to shoot down independent media? They're just jealous because cable media is dying off. Nobody watches television anymore. Nobody trusts the television anymore. Nobody trusts the radio. Establishment media is dead. Establishment media is dead. And they went and infected YouTube and so on, and now, you know, YouTube recommends all these mainstream media videos even when you're watching independent media. So they have the favor of the algorithm, the advantage of the algorithm, you know, in their favor. But still, it's like a sinking ship. It's like a sinking ship. If they'd only just do their goddamn jobs, you know, I guess it's good for us. Better for us then. Or don't you trust the BBC, guys? Come on. You should all trust the BBC. Everybody, trust the BBC. Here, let me show you something. Okay.
Cool.
So Stella Assange, Julian Assange's wife, she went to Australia and she tried meeting with the Prime Minister, but the Prime Minister refused to meet with her. You know, he's making more of an effort than his predecessor. Certainly making more of an effort to get Julian freed. I don't understand why he didn't meet with her, but in any case, let me show you the video where he was asked in Parliament why he refuses to meet.
Give the call to the honourable member for Clark.
Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, you would be aware that Stella Assange is in Parliament House and in fact is in the gallery right now. Prime Minister, why are you not meeting with Stella today? Will you meet with Stella tomorrow? And why won't you do more to see Julian Assange reunited with Stella and their young sons, Gabriel and Max?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and indeed who I meet with is determined by the priorities that my office has. A priority for us isn't doing something that is a demonstration, it's actually doing something that produces an outcome. And that's my focus, not grandstanding. And so if I thought that would help, then yes, there would be a case that the member for Clark has. But I've made it very clear to the US administration and also to the UK administration of the Australian government's view, and I appreciate the fact that that is now a bipartisan view after the comments last week of the Leader of the Opposition, that enough is enough when it comes to the ongoing incarceration of Julian Assange, that nothing is served from the ongoing incarceration of Julian Assange. And what I have done is to act in the most effective way possible. If having a demonstration produced an outcome, then there would be an argument. But what I have done is act diplomatically in order to maximise the opportunity that is there of breaking through an issue which has gone on for far too long. So I appreciate the members' sincerity on this issue, along with a range of other members from across the parliament who have raised this issue. As an Australian citizen, I have made representations. I will continue to do so. This issue is not a simple one, and I do not make my motivation here is not to make a judgment. People will have different judgments about the actions of Mr Assange and can still reach that conclusion of enough is enough.
I hate when people do this. I know maybe perhaps he means well when he says this exact part, but you know, people say like, well, you might have qualms about Assange's behavior, and maybe like they're trying to infer. They're trying to basically imply that, you know, he might be guilty of something. Like maybe he's a delinquent, or maybe he endangered some people, but he should still be free. Why do you have to put that part in there, man? It's not necessarily. You're like adding and reviving and constantly putting this crap in people's brains that he's like somehow guilty, but he's been punished too harsh. The guy's not guilty of anything, like literally nothing. He's a freedom fighter. He's a journalist. Period. That's it. Period. You don't have to say that, oh, well, you might not like his behavior. What's not to like about his behavior? What did he do? What? He's been charged with publishing documents. Why would anyone disagree with that unless you're, you know, a national security hawk? I don't know. I don't like that. Anyway, I'll let him finish.
But it is certainly my view that this issue does need to be resolved, and I'll continue to advocate, as I continue to advocate for Australian citizens around the world. That is the role that the Australian government has. That's the role we'll continue to have. And I'm very pleased that this is now a bipartisan issue, and I acknowledge that.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, you know, Albanese, he's certainly better than his predecessors, but I don't think it's enough. You know, he's saying that I don't have to meet with his wife because I'm lobbying for his release behind the scenes. Why don't you lobby for his release, you know, on the international stage? Why don't you tell the Americans, if you don't release Assange, I'm shutting down Pine Gap? I mean, I think he'd be assassinated before he got away with that. But you know, for those of you who don't know, Pine Gap is a place in Australia. It's a spy station that's jointly run by Australia and the United States. It's one of the biggest American spy stations on the planet. It's you know, they've been used in the so-called war on terror, but it's a bit older than that. And it's funny because it's supposed to be joint effort, but there's a room in there where even the Australians are not allowed to go into, which shows you like kind of how, you know, who's wearing the pants and who's running the show. Anyway, it doesn't matter. My point is that he could there are things that he can do to pressure the Americans in front of everyone. Number one, he could meet Stella Assange. Here's another idea. He could say that, you know, I'm going to increase trade with the Chinese. I mean, China's already Australia's #1 trading partner. I don't know how he could do that because the Americans are trying to poison the well between Australia and China the whole time. They're trying to ruin the relationship. But anyway, I'm just, you know, we're just brainstorming ideas here. He could just you know, a wide array, just a number of ideas he could implement. He could, you know, increase Australia's partnership with China in any domain, be it economic or otherwise, right? He could simply bring Australia closer to China. He could threaten to expel US troops from Australian military bases, which, I mean, is already quite insane that they train in the same place, or that the Americans have access to a lot of their northern bases. You know, he could say that he's going to limit slightly the number of American aircraft allowed there. He could say, I'm not going to participate in AUKUS. I mean, you know, you might come here and say now that, well, okay, those are good things because they, you know, they avoid having any confrontation with China, but it's kind of crazy to pull out of AUKUS just to get Julian Assange free. I mean, the thing is, I'm not saying that that's the only way. It's one way. There are many things that, as the Australian Prime Minister, you know, he can do. If I were him, I'd absolutely do that. You know, I'd say, screw you, man. I mean, I'm pulling out either way, but you know, for now, I'm gonna leverage it against you to release him because, it's you know, it's crazy that they wouldn't even acknowledge him until this year or last year, right? So they used to say like, oh, we've offered him consular support. It's a complete lie. You know, it's they just you know, hung him out to dry. So if you ask me, they're not doing enough. You know, yes, it's better than nothing, but the guy's still in prison, and Australia is really, really vital to the Americans in terms of having a free Indo-Pacific, as they like to say. So yeah, leverage that against them. Why not? If you care so much about your own citizens, as you should. Here's Stella Assange speaking now. I'll just show you a tiny bit. I'll try and pick out a bit. Okay, it's refusing to load. Damn you. Come on.
The reality is that to regain his freedom, Julian needs the support of his home country. This is a political case, and it needs a political solution. I am often asked what Julian's day-to-day is like and what we talk about. Yes, we spend time talking about the intricacies of the legal arguments or the political developments that influence the case. But most of the time, we talk about the past and about our future together. His past is here. He tells our children how he would catch yabbies and go fishing for flathead and blackfish in the Sandan River with his grandfather, Warren, or how he reared a fledgling rainbow lorikeet when he lived on Magnetic Island when he was 13. He fed the lorikeet on mangoes until it was strong enough to rejoin the wild. He tells the children about Tilly, the chestnut-coated mare, which he would ride when he stayed in the northern rivers, or how he surfed in Byron Bay as a teenager. He tells them about his beekeeping in the Dandenong Ranges in Victoria. That's how I imagine Julian when he is free. Not behind the cold blue glare of a computer screen, but cycling through Melbourne like he used to do, or feeling his bare feet sink into the cool sand.
You gotta imagine that this guy is locked up 23 hours a day. And it's kind of crazy because you think of what he'd be treated like in the States. It's already, you know, it's already quite similar to that. You know, he's in solitary confinement, basically, you know, and in America, obviously, it would be even worse. But the way that it is in the embassy and in Belmarsh prison, like, you know, this guy, only son this guy gets is when they're putting him in and out of the truck, you know, on the way to the court. It's really, really, you know, it destroys you physically and mentally. And then, of course, you have the concern about the Americans kind of extraterritorializing their laws. So even if you haven't published anything in America, you don't live in America, you're not an American, you have, you know, nothing to do with America, they're still going to come and kidnap you, essentially, but they do it legally, right? And call you spy. I mean, that's just insane. That's really insane. Anyway, I really think that the Australian government should be doing more. It's shameful that they've allowed themselves to become a vassal of the Americans. And if you know Australia's history, the Americans basically did a coup in Australia a couple decades back, right? And ever since then, it's really been a vassal state. I mean, you know, it started off as a British colony, a penal colony anyway. So you all, you know, we're cousins, Anglo-Saxon. That's always there. But I still think, even if he were in the States or he's not in the States, you know, this kind of treatment is outrageous. And I've covered his case extensively. So if you want to learn more, I have a playlist. I did, you know, everything, the court and then the high court and the appeals. I mean, the appeal is coming just now, actually. It's going, yeah, you know, hasn't even really begun. But yeah, I covered it in the court. So if you want to understand his case really down to the details, I have playlists for that. And maybe you know someone who's on the fence, because I say that because people have propagandized the public against him, you know, and lied about him. So if you know someone who's on the fence or someone who doesn't understand, educate them. Send them videos I've done about Assange so they understand what he's up against, because he's really just being punished for doing what any journalist does, which is publishing documents. And you know, New York Times, Washington Post, like all of these big papers and Spiegel and Le Monde, they all used these documents. So why is he only being targeted? Because, well, he's the main publisher, but you know, they're really criminalizing journalism. And even if he's never taken to the US, like the fact that they've been able to get away with this for so long is really, it's already concerning beyond words and worrisome. And it's like another one of these things where they lecture China and Russia about, oh, you should release this journalist. Oh, you don't have press freedoms. Well, I can tell you one thing, man. There's no press freedom in England and no press freedom in America. That's just a myth. It's an absolute myth and a lie. And he's a testament to that. And the fact that you have this like BBC Verify madness, this whole so-called disinformation industry and state media, it's wild. Like, I don't think anyone grasps how big this whole thing is. Just going back to Julian, you can see here his brother posting that they're in Parliament House, and you can see Jennifer Robinson, his lawyer here, or one of his lawyers actually, and there's his wife meeting with MPs. And yeah, it's a very good thing that he has broad support in Australia. Julian has support in on both sides of the aisle, as the Americans would say, right? So that's a good thing. And the fact that it's a bipartisan issue kind of shows you again that people understand what it is and they support him, and they don't have any qualms about Julian in any capacity, right? They understand he's publisher, enough is enough, and he should be released. I really don't know what to say. I kind of, I've said everything there is to say about Julian, but of course the case goes on, and until he's freed, we keep lobbying for him and for the truth. So if you want to understand the case against him, what the Americans are doing, because it's basically happening in England, and they're trying to extradite him to the US, right? And they've accused him of espionage and conspiracy to commit computer intrusion. It's all lies. It's all absolute lies. And the fact that this was okay is it's a stain. It's a stain on England, and it's a stain on Australia that this has been allowed to go on for so long. It's really embarrassing. Extraordinarily, extremely embarrassing beyond words. Just so you guys know, I'm talking about George Abdallah. He's the longest political prisoner in Europe. I mentioned him earlier. He's been in prison in France for, I think, 3 decades now, right? So he's originally Lebanese. And, the Americans and Israelis and the French screwed him. And it's really sad because he's kind of just forgotten about, And I find that so disgusting. It's so dehumanizing. And we shouldn't forget about him. I did a video, so go watch it. And 30 years, man. 30 plus years this guy's been in prison. It's outrageous. It's truly outrageous. You think about these sentences and these years that people have spent in jail, and I can't. It doesn't even sink in. I can't grasp it. It's so dehumanizing. George Abdallah. I'm going to type his name in the chat just so you see that. Go read up about him. Watch the video. We got a few donations from people here. Thank you very much. This is from, hold on, it's loading. Pradesh says, Richard, we haven't had a strong leader in Australia since Whitlam got smoked in the 70s. This is common knowledge. Exactly. I was alluding to the coup earlier. Pradesh says, hey, Richard, looking fine today. Oh, thank you very much. Anyways, do you believe the rivalry between Greece and Turkey in the modern day is exploited by NATO and therefore amplified? That's a very good question. I think it definitely is, and I mean, when we talk about NATO, we have to think about NATO as the EU as well. We Greece got completely destroyed by the EU, right? And Spain and Italy and so on. And Greece is one of those countries that was allowed into basically allowed and brought into the fold because they sent, you guys know, right after the Second World War ended, they basically supported the anti-communists standard US policy, and they brought Greece into the fold. But if things actually thaw out between Turkey and Greece, that's going to take a lot of time and a lot of years to repair, because Greece, Turkey, Cyprus, they're really, for those of you who don't know, they fucking hate each other, man. And Turkey, you know, man, Turkey's behavior, I mean, Armenian genocide and Cyprus and Greece, all of this behavior, it's really like it's just Ottoman imperialist crap, you know. And actually they got very upset the other day when Bashar al-Assad, he talked about the Ottomans increasing their foothold in Syria, right? So, you know, Erdogan was trying to mend ties, got very upset about that. Anyway, I think because of the elections now, we'll see what happens, because I think Turkey's gonna really need a lot of years to make peace with Greece and Syria and Cyprus, and man, it's really not a nice history. I don't know if Turkey's gonna get away with walking this fine line, though, because I mentioned earlier Erdogan's very good at kind of doing the balancing act, because he buys weapons from Russia, he likes Russia, he doesn't sanction them, but then he's also a NATO member. You can't get away from this reality. And he occupies Syria, and he kind of does their dirty work sometimes. And then he also has ties with Israel. You know, so you don't know where this guy is going, right? But now he's facing his strongest challenger yet. Constance is saying in the comments, Greece went through a civil war after World War II, very bloody. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it was a civil war, and America and the United States certainly used the opportunity to send in their widely revered anti-communist forces, you know, ready at a moment's notice, wherever you are. Thanks very much, Claudia. Let me just there's a super chat from F. Liu. Thank you very much. And also Chaifield says, just imagine if you were an advisor to Russia over the last decade, would you be concerned by NATO's encroachment and Ukrainian policy? Man, I don't know what to say, because I feel like if you're in Russia's position, there's no matter what you do, it's like they just keep trying to screw with you, right? The Europeans, they keep trying to screw with you. Now, you asked specifically about Ukraine and NATO. I mean, I think I would have advised the Russians to explore other avenues than going into Ukraine. And if it really didn't work, because let me put it this way, when the events you had in 2009, 2014, they were, from a Russian point of view, I think they were much more dramatic and shocking than, the period in December 2020 or December 2021. So I don't, if you were going to go in, the good thing to do would have been to try and stop this coup in 2014. And I don't mean by invading Ukraine or going in Ukraine, but through other means. Now, okay, it happened, and you said the last decade, so I guess you're asking me from 2013, 14 and onwards. I don't know, man. It's really tough position. I try to reconcile this, but my position would be that the Russians keep pursuing diplomacy, and as a last resort, you have this situation in Ukraine. Last resort, because this is now, the West, they're basically using it as an opportunity to make money, and they're adding more NATO members, and it could lead to a nuclear war. And that doesn't mean that it's Russia's fault, but it means it's kind of like you're entertaining someone who's just, they're off their rocker. They're completely unhinged. Do you really want to go down that road? I don't know. From the Russians, they're backed into a corner. So at any point, when you're backed into a corner as a country that's encircled by a foreign adversary, is by a foreign military alliance. Any moment, you're thinking, okay, they're going to strike, okay, they're going to do this. It's so difficult, man. This is the whole reason you had the Cold War, because everything and everyone is on edge. This is why you don't fuck around and you don't start trying to encircle the Russians after you already won the Cold War. Just leave them the fuck alone, man. What are you doing? I don't understand all this. It's so pointless. It's so stupid. I mean, we look at it as pointless and stupid and unnecessary. But from their point of view, when your model is dying, you're trying to stay alive as an empire. The Americans, they think it's justified. They think it's okay. It's like it's just perhaps at worst, like a necessary evil to keep the American system alive. Well, the American system and the Western system is ask Africans how they feel about that, or people from the Middle East or in China how they feel about that. They really don't like it. They're fed up with it. That's kind of the entire reason why you had Belt and Road Initiative developing this multipolar world, because people are sick of that. And so when these empires are going down, that's when they do their most vicious acts. This is one of them. This is one of them. And having doing a coup in Ukraine next door to the Russians, like, you're asking for trouble. You're asking for trouble. And this is the game that they play. It's never their own skin, right? It's never their own skin. It's somebody else's skin. So they're sitting comfortably in Washington. They don't have to fight a war. They don't have to do anything. They have nuclear bunkers. Red Puppy says, I don't like Russia, but they really had no other option save for open war. It really is a defensive war. Yeah, the thing is, man, I'm really against this. This is why I would have said to pursue diplomacy to the very end, But I guess they already did. I don't know. I often ask myself, what other options did they have diplomatically? Because they kind of tried everything, I don't know, man. It's really difficult to say because it's always this question of what if. The thing is, though, what I told you earlier is that we look at it as an isolated thing, like it's just Russia and just Ukraine. But actually, from the Russian point of view, man, they got Charles VII. They had fucking Napoleon, Hitler. The Americans, the British. We've always been attacking them. Europeans are always attacking the Russians in every goddamn century. So in the Russian psyche, they're always on defensive mode. They're already on defense, 100 years back. And Ukraine is like the camel that broke the straw's back. The straw that broke the camel's back. Oh God. F. Liu, thanks very much for the super chat. And Charles is saying Israel just announced a preemptive war against Iran. What do you think about it? I thought they were already fighting a preemptive war against Iran. What do you mean? No, but seriously, hold on. Let's see. Let's see if I can find anything. Well, if I can, I'll come back. I'll be live in a bit for the war, okay? I never miss a good invasion. I'm joking. Earlier, I was reminding Claudia of the trauma we had of streaming for 10 hours when, with... LB says Putin had no choice. The thing is, it's nothing to do with Putin. I said this before, even if Putin did not exist, the geopolitical situation doesn't change. You got a country, the biggest country on earth, encircled by foreign powers that are trying to hurt it. What the fuck do you expect? You're adding fuel to the fire, and you see the flame growing, and you just keep adding fuel. And the thing is, once again, it's very disgusting because it's the Ukrainians that are paying the price. And the Ukrainians are like brothers with the Russians. They have a common, well, not entirely, obviously, but, they have a fairly similar language. They have a common history and so on. They used to be one country at one point. You got people who are on both sides, family living on one country, you got family in another, cousins in another. And now they got to fight each other because of our foreign policy. I don't think that's okay. It's really disgusting. It's so unnecessary. This is not like something that had to happen or it could have been de-escalated a million ways before. And I'm not saying I'm not blaming the Russians. I'm blaming the Americans and NATO for like pissing on the Russian diplomats. The guys approached you, man, diplomatically. They've been trying for a long time and just piss in their face, you know? I think it's really, really nasty. Thank you guys very much for your donations. I apologize because I think I didn't see your all of your donations on PayPal, but thank you for supporting the show. This is independent media, and if you want to support my work, please consider joining. We have some people who joined on Patreon earlier. Let me check if we've got any new members. Yes, we do. We have Darren. So thank you very much, Darren. If you guys want to be like Darren and you want to crab dance, please donate. It's like $1 a month or £2 a month, whatever you like. Anything you send helps the show, and you can donate on PayPal and Cash App. There's Bitcoin. Anything you send helps the show, and just sharing and liking the video is already a huge, huge help. So just please, so you don't miss the next live stream, make sure you have the bell icon clicked and ticked, and please, if you'd like an email notification, you can just go to richardmedhurst.substack.com. I'll just type it in for you, and then fill in this box, and then you get an email every time I go live, okay? So that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Take care. Ma salama, and bye-bye. Thank you so much for supporting the show. I really appreciate it. Sweden wanted to join NATO. They broke with their decades-long neutral stance. Turkey was one of the only countries, I think along with Hungary, that was saying, we're not going to let you in, because you need to have consensus, right? You need all the members in NATO to say, okay, you can join. Their bid has kind of been in limbo because Turkey wanted to, extract several concessions. It was very clear that they really want to join NATO in Sweden, and they were doing everything they could to appease the Turks. And then this moron comes in front of the Turkish embassy and burns the Quran. I understand that in their point of view, this is freedom of expression, and you're in Sweden, you can do whatever you like. But you have to remember that if you're trying to get Turkey support, maybe wait until after you've gotten it. I mean, this is just dumb from a diplomatic level. They're doing everything to appease Turkey, and then because of one idiot, they let this go to waste. The Germans and the Americans have decided that it would be a good idea to send Ukraine tanks. German tanks against the Russian. Man, I'm perplexed by this. What do they think is going to happen? Because even if you can train the Ukrainian crews who are used to Soviet tanks to operate British tanks, and then you got to train them to operate German tanks, and then you got to train them to operate American tanks, and that's if they can even maintain the logistical supply line to work with these tanks, to keep them running. What kind of door are you opening now for the Russians to do? I mean, this is very clearly escalation. While Germany and the US are saying, yeah, we're going to give Ukraine tanks, the doomsday clock has been moved to 90 seconds to midnight. So this is basically, it's a measurement of how close we are to the end of the world, to the apocalypse, to annihilating the planet with nuclear weapons, right? And this is the closest it's ever been to midnight, okay? Midnight representing the end. Ukraine's most senior military commander has said that his forces need about 300 Western tanks. Over the last year, NATO allies in Eastern Europe supplied Ukraine with Soviet-era and Russian-made tanks that have been ground down or destroyed in constant fighting. Soviet-era and Russian-made tanks. Now, Ukraine, having been a Soviet satellite state and part of the Soviet Union, it was part of Russia, all of its military personnel being trained on Russian tanks. What do you think they're going to do with American tanks or German tanks, which they are not trained to operate? The Ukrainians know how to operate Russian tanks. That's all they know how to operate. The Ukrainians only use Soviet stuff, right? Until the last couple of years and until now. This is the first major influx of NATO weapons. And again, NATO's been training Ukrainian forces, but Challenger tanks, this is brand new. If they can't even use the tanks that they're trained to use, what makes you so confident they're going to know how to use a Leopard 2 or an M1A2 or a Challenger 2? Man, people train on those things for fucking months and years. Both of these home secretaries, okay, Suella Braverman and Priti Patel, both their parents came to the United Kingdom, and under their own laws as home secretary, they themselves would not have been able to come to the UK, to be born in the UK, and to have a life there. So, like, the hypocrisy is so disgusting, I got what I wanted, I'm okay, I'm secure, I can live in the UK, I'm the Home Secretary now. Now I'm gonna shut the gates. Now I'm gonna screw people that have literally nothing, that are so desperate they're, you know, risking drowning in the Channel or the Mediterranean Sea. People have to resort to risking drowning. They have to resort to, you know, hiding in trucks or swimming across the Channel, if everyone's ever done that, you know, crossing the Channel because of her policies, because she forces people into doing that, right? So you literally have no choice. You have to be in the UK to begin the application. What are people supposed to do? Just teleport, you know, for 5 minutes, write down the form and just get out of the UK? This is ridiculous. She's a liar, just like the one, you know, her predecessor, Priti Patel. Why is Germany reluctant to give the Ukrainians tanks? That's a really tough one. I wonder why. Germany has long refused to send its most potent weapons to countries in conflict, a byproduct of its legacy of starting World War II and World War I. That's horse manure, because Germany does send weapons to countries in war. You know, Saudi Arabia is one of them. So to get around this, the trick that they use is they don't sell the tanks and you know, the ordnance directly to Saudi Arabia. They move it to Italy, and then from Italy they sell it to the Saudis. So they basically just insert a middleman, and that's how they get around this very, you know, honorable principle of theirs, which they never abide by. You know, if you go and you look up the Yemen war, I mean, you're going to see weapons from fucking everywhere. You know, the Canadians have been selling weapons and making money. Britain, the US, Australia, everyone. And the Germans are no exception. So I mean, the idea is true, but they fucking send weapons. They goddamn do. They do. Do you see how they move like snakes? Do you see how they move like snakes? They get the media to whisper in your ear, "Oh, don't go on strike. No, don't strike. Don't strike. It'll cripple the economy." Oh. No, it's not, you know, like giving the army 800 billion to fucking bomb, you know, 20 countries. That's okay. That money, we can spare that. But if you go on strike where, oh my god, we're gonna lose like 2 billion a day, well, we can't afford that. You know the Pentagon has been audited, I think 5 times now, and every single audit was failed. That means they don't know where the money's going. The Pentagon is like a black fucking hole that sucks trillions of dollars, and the government doesn't even know where the money's going. I can tell you where it's going. You don't need to audit the Pentagon. I can tell you, me, Richard Medhurst, that money is going towards drug deals, towards arms sales, towards arms purchases, towards CIA fucking budgets and embassy coffee. That's where that shit is going, man. That shit is going to the spooks. That shit's going to the bombers. That shit's going to the paramilitaries. That's where it's going. You don't need to scratch your head. That's where it's going. And apparently that's an acceptable loss. That's an acceptable use of American dollars and taxpayer dollars. But, you know, going on strike, oh, that's too much of an inconvenience. That's the fucking point, man.